I'm feeling pretty good right now. I'm mostly feeling pretty good because once again I spent loads of time on my makeup and I feel really cute right now. Um, I don't really care about the trophies. That was an accident. So I'm feeling pretty good, and I'm looking forward to playing episode 2 and hanging out with you guys. So, yeah, let's get into it. Let's get into it. Oh, hi, Moonflower. Hello, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing? How is your Sunday going? Ready for the chaos. Yes. I don't know if you caught me streaming the first episode of this last week, but just as kind of a quick recap, chaos mode at the moment kind of means like that I'm either choosing like unpopular decisions that I've never seen before or don't personally usually choose, or I'm like getting into the role of Max as kind of like a jerk. But we had a discussion last week about whether or not like what that meant for like being gay with Chloe. Because this is a very gay space. This is a very gay little channel and little community, and we I was like, oh, does this mean that I have to, like, if I'm doing opposite decisions and stuff, does this mean that I have to, like, flirt with Warren and, you know, be mean to Chloe? Which are things that I really don't want to do. I feel like I can be an asshole in, like, every other way but that. So we decided on a compromise, question mark? I don't know if it really counts as a compromise, but we decided to basically play Max as a mean lesbian. So that's the vibe of what we're going through. Um, Currently just drinking coffee. Very good Sunday afternoon vibes. Thank you so much, Evelyn, for subscribing and for being subscribed for 10 months. Thank you so much. Lesbian girls. So true. Okay, alright. Um, let's get into it. Let's just. The interface for this is not immediately as easy to understand for me as it was for the original game, but I think that it's like, yeah, because instead of like clicking on continue, you have to go to episodes and then either restart the episode or start a new episode. So, and it's not really like, I don't know if you can have like multiple save files, and I don't know what is going on there. So I will say that I find this UI a little bit more confusing than the original, but let's go. Oh, also, I'm not sure if you guys can hear anything. I can't really hear anything on my end. But that might just be because I've turned the music off so that we're streamer safe. So when I start getting into the game, let me know if you can hear everything okay, because I think it's just silent at the moment because of the music being off. Alright, episode 2, let's go. Yeah, it is odd, isn't it? It's kind of like if you've played Before the Storm or seen Before the Storm, it kind of looks like that, which I guess makes sense because Deck 9 developed this remaster, but I feel like it's so much easier when it says like continue or new game on a menu. But anyway, this is okay. Yeah, we're getting sound. I'm getting sound. Let me know if you can hear that alarm clock. It's so weird for me playing this without the music. It's so weird. I don't think I've ever played this game without the music. I mean, it was a bit weird playing True Colors without the sound, but that was like the first time we played it and the first time we experienced it. So it was like weird, but for me, I've played this game so many times and like I know I know a lot of it by heart, so it's like really weird to not have the music. But ooh, Pretty lighting. I can hear alarm. I can hear it. Okay, awesome. Thank you for letting me know. Yeah, keep me posted about whether audio levels are okay. And I can get up and make any changes if needed. Yeah, because it's something good by Alt J that plays here, and I remember that because I don't think I'd ever heard Alt J before when I played this game for the first time in 2015, and then I got really into them after hearing this song here. Very good song. But when it's completely silent, it just feels like she's taking forever to get up. I'm a bit like, oh, this is taking ages. Because, like, I can't just, like, sit and enjoy the music. Okay, alright, come on, Max, get up. This is... Maybe if there was nice music, I'd let you sleep a little longer, but that's not happening today. Get up. Hey, Botanical Lucy, welcome to the stream.
Being a superhero is dirty work.
It's so good to have you back. How's your Sunday going? How's everyone's Sunday going? What are you up to? Okay, chaos mode does not make the bed. I'm not gonna make my bed. I'm chaotic. Let's catch up on text with Chloe for the mere sake of, like, even though I'm gonna largely, like, not read the journal and brush over things like that in this playthrough. Because of having played this game before, and me and Daz have already played it on the YouTube channel. But she's Chloe, and it makes me happy. So, you there, hippie? What about that fucking snow? What about your new power? Or have you gone back in time and figured it out? I can't go back that far, smartass, and I need your help. Like when you told Stepdork it was your weed. But for reals, we need to talk. Or eat an ass-buster breakfast at Two Whales, my treat. Ass-buster breakfast. The, like, cringy texting is so... I love it. Sold. It's good to have minions. Got a bail master. Breakfast is a go. You there, Mad Max? Like I said, always for you. 4 smiley faces. Because I'm gay. No emoji. Sad face. Meet me at the diner in 40. I'll be there. Do not be late or I'll know time is not on your side. Don't get high like in my room. On my way, smiley face. You are evil. 40 minutes or else. Yeah, the texting is so endearing. It's so, like, of its time. Like, it's so 2013, and then it's also just kind of like, you know... I mean, I have a huge smile on my face because, like, you know, the way that, like, teenagers, like, text their crushes. It's just really sweet. I love it. I'm good, thank you, Botanical Lucy. I was just saying, before you got here that I feel, like, pretty good today. I feel like I did some cute makeup. I'm excited to play like, my favorite game of all time and hang out with you guys. So I'm just having a nice time. I'm feeling really good. And I haven't been, like, feeling super good in general, so it's nice to just be feeling really good right now. I hope you guys are doing good, too. Okay, so I read that super long text from Mother last time. Hey honey, I hope you didn't forget to water the plant we gave you, but don't drown it either, mommy. I hate that she signs her texts off as mommy, but realistic. I don't remember what we did with the plant last time. I don't remember if we decided to murder it and I watered it and we were gonna, like, overwater it. But we'll see, I guess.
All this crazy shit going on, it is so cool having Chloe back in my life again. Like no time has passed.
Okie dokie. So we gotta take a shower, if I remember correctly. And this is all of her time...
I can't keep my eyes open.
Research stuff that she's been doing. Yeah, little deer doodle, little tornado doodle, a bunch of stuff that I'm not gonna read in detail, but it's like thermodynamics and science things and stuff about time, and also cultural references. A picture.
I admit, this is hilarious, but I shouldn't sink to Victoria's bully level.
And this is a pretty like this is kind of a close up. Like, she didn't really shove the camera that far in Victoria's face. I mean, it's a good photo, like that can't be denied. But she'd have to shove the camera all the way in Victoria's face to get that to happen. Okay, I don't remember what we did with the water, but I think I'm gonna overwater it. I am cringe, but I am free and all that. Yeah, yeah, that is the vibe. I feel like of Chloe and Max. Mainly Max, I think. Things being unashamedly of their time is really good. I agree. Love me some post-it notes. Who doesn't have random post-it notes everywhere? Yeah, I really like post-it notes, but I feel like every time I try and put them up places, they just fall off all the time. So I've fallen out of love with post-it notes on the basis that I feel like they're always falling off of stuff. Oh, thank you, Mooflower. That's really sweet. Yeah, I wasn't sure what to do today because I already did the like chaos theory theme last time, but it occurred to me today to try and do like a Jane Doe theme. So I've gone for like pink, little flashes of pink, pink eyeshadow, pink lipstick, and I tried to do some little like antler shaped eyeliner, with some in black with some white liner as an accent, and it turned out really well, I think. So I'm really happy with it. I've been having a really fun time with just being creative and having fun with makeup. It's just really nice. Okay, so I watered the plant on the basis of I think I remember watering it last time, so we're gonna try and murder her. We're gonna try and murder Lisa.
I have to wonder if any of these films are based on a true story.
I'm gonna grab my shower supplies.
Okay, Max, let's hit the showers now.
Oof. You know, I know that I kind of mentioned it last time, but like girls' changing rooms in school, like especially in high school, were like traumatic for me on the basis of like being a lesbian and experiencing like homophobia and stuff. And I can't like imagine living in a girls' dorm in high school or like ever. I've never lived in like a dormitory. I have been to an all-girls school. I went to an all-girls school for 2 years. That was also a nightmare in its own way. But yeah, if I was in a girls' dorm and we had communal showers, kill me. Honestly. Plant consequences. Yeah, I've tried to kill the plant, guys, so just for the record here, I did my best to... I already looked at my cell phone. Is there anything else I want to look at before hitting the showers?
The Max Caulfield Photo Memorial Wall.
Yeah, I feel like people always make jokes about how like amazing all girls institutions would be for lesbians, and I mean without even accounting for like transphobia in those environments. Yeah.
That was a good hockey game.
It's not. It's horrible. It sucks.
Man, Kristen and Fernando were so drunk hanging on the Fremont Troll.
I think we get the gist. It's fine. Yeah, let's look at ourselves in the mirror first.
Whoa.
Sleepy.
A little zombie face. This is what happens when you research quantum physics all night.
Right. Let's leave.
Seriously, do not forget I need those papers before tonight. Like now. Thanks, Sherry. Yeah, of course, Victoria. I'll get the tests and papers to you this afternoon. I am so on it. Consider it done.
Well, they didn't fix that. There are a couple of things that they could have fixed that they have not fixed. Like in the first episode, the way that like in the drawer in Max's room, there's a picture of Max and Chloe, but it looks like it's meant to be of them when they're kids, but then it's actually them when they're older. And then obviously by episode 3, they changed their designs to actually make them look like children. They haven't fixed that, and they also haven't fixed the fact that, like, for that one bit, they used like a different voice actor. I mean, I can kind of understand like if Victoria's voice actor wasn't available, but like I feel like if you were gonna remaster a game, you could like fix some of these things. That's all I'm saying.
Rachel looks like she's
Oh, poor plant. Yeah, sorry, we are murdering the plant. This is a murder the plant playthrough. Let's talk to Brooke, or like try to talk to Brooke.
No Brooke here.
Even though she kind of sucks and she hates us for no reason.
What's this poster really trying to tell me?
Can I... Yeah, I can like speed walk.
The marks of Satan.
Will bang for Jesus. Erase. Wait! Oh shit. Sorry, I think it's sinking in for me that this is episode 2. Guys! No, guys who've played this game know what I'm like agonizing over right now. Oh, okay. No, I have to figure out how to play the thing with Kate. Shit. I did not... Okay. My happy mood is slightly dampened. Fuck. Yeah. Fuck. That's just sunk in for me. Whew. Don't let depression get you down. Okay, alright. Well, we're gonna leave that there and, deal with that, I guess.
They live.
Don't be a zombie. Did Alyssa just get hit with some toilet paper? It's fine. She'll live.
You okay, Alyssa?
Immature assholes. Sorry, Max. I'm not feeling social right now.
Okay. I've seen how things go when it goes badly. Yeah, so I know that there are folks who have not played this game before. I really like I've played this game a lot, but I have struggled to ever play a version of this game with a different version of Kate's story is the vaguest way I can say it. So I guess like fair warning for people, especially people who know this game, we are probably going to go down that other version of Kate's story that is a lot more difficult, I guess. And yeah, I've found it too emotionally difficult in the past to do that. I've never finished a version of the game that way, I don't think, so it's gonna be fun.
Stop this TP attack.
It's really not. Sorry, I feel like I might be joking a bit too much, but I'm like kind of trying to like not think about it too much.
Nice.
LOL, I don't know when I do feel social. Yeah. Oh, it's a deer. That is a really nice shot. What does she say about it again?
Nice atmospheric shot. Needs dusting.
I guess. I don't know. I like it. I really like the lighting on that, so whatever. Juliet is there. I'm gonna knock on her room anyway, because...
Wake up, Max. Juliet is next to me in the hall, not her room.
Lol. Okay, I guess let's talk to Juliet and Brooke.
Hello, Juliet.
Hey, Max. Did you check out Kate's hot video yet?
Why?
Why should I?
Because it's fucking hilarious. Church girl gone wild.
Kate's not like that, and you know it.
Really? Check her out and tell me what she's like.
Do you believe everything you see? Like Zachary sexting Dana?
Touche. Now I feel like an ass. Thanks for finding out the truth yesterday.
I feel like I'm gonna ask, what about Zach? Because, I mean, he's the guy in the situation and he's the guy who cheated, and also I'm playing it as a mean lesbian. So, what about Zachary?
What about Zachary? Did you let him off the hook?
When he acts like a worm, I let him dangle.
Glad to see you're back in action.
You have a good heart, Max. And I won't watch Kate's video anymore. Or pass it on.
That's the spirit. Thanks, Juliet.
Sure. Talk to you later.
Not totally sure why she doesn't just dump him. But I mean, Juliet's obviously, like, she's a pretty minor character, but I feel like she's kind of someone who, like, does care about things like status and image and stuff like that a lot. Because she's not, like, technically part of the Vortex Club, but I feel like she sees dating Zach as, like, I don't know, like a way of having clout because he's a jock, and then also, like, she writes for the newspaper with the racist name, but I just feel like I remember getting the impression that, like, you know, it's not about necessarily, like, doing something good for her. It's about, like, having a career as a journalist or stuff like that. I feel like there are always, you'll always meet people like that, but I also distinctly remember people in high school who, like, loads of things that they did were, like, for a reason, like, for personal gain.
Juliet has no clue how
It's
much
because the straights are not okay. Yeah, it's true. The straights are not okay. Botanical Lucy has redeemed Hydrate. Thank you very much. Got my water right here. Hi, Brooke.
I'm
No.
not watching the video, Max.
Not you, Juliet. Brooke.
Hey, Brooke.
Oh, hi, Max.
Did you see the snow?
Did you see the freak snowfall yesterday?
I was riveted by that weird snow flurry yesterday.
I can't tell if you're being serious or not. Since I'm a science noob, I was wondering if you could explain it.
I'm serious. Even meteorologists can't explain that snow. I bet Warren can. Did you talk to him yet?
That is the funniest fucking thing ever. I bet, like, meteorologists can't figure out that snow, but I bet that this misogynistic little dweeby little teenage boy can. No.
No, not at all. He's my friend, not my mother.
True. And Warren really
Science
loves to talk
noob.
meteorology with me.
Yeah,
since I wanted
noob
to
was,
see
like,
if we
such a
could talk back.
huge thing in 2013, wasn't it? I remember, like, a phase when I was, like, a preteen where I said noob all the time. Like, it was bad. There's also a character in Mortal Kombat called Noob, fun fact. Don't know if anyone here plays Mortal Kombat. But his name is not Noob because of the, like, word noob. I think his name is Noob because it's one of the, like, people who worked on the game. It's his surname spelt backwards. Yeah, Noob Cybot.
Taylor is no doubt being led around by Victoria, as usual.
Okay. Taylor not in her room. Oh yeah, she's in the bathroom. I'll talk to Dana in a second before I go take a shower. HIV and AIDS aren't just initials on a poster. Thanks for that. These are serious life-threatening diseases and nobody is immune from exposure. Get the facts now. I mean, I'm not, like, the biggest expert ever on HIV AIDS stuff. I know people who know a lot more about it than me, but I do know that, you know, I've heard people kind of saying that that scaremongering around it like isn't helpful, and it kind of feeds into like homophobic narratives, because like if you are getting tested and you're on the right medication, then you can live like a totally fulfilling like life nowadays. But again, I'm not an expert on HIV, AIDS, or the medication or the discourse or anything like that, but it's interesting to see this in a school, though. I don't feel like I ever remember seeing anything about HIV, AIDS in school. Reward for a missing tablet. To the bitch that stole my Franju New Face creme. That was expensive shit and I needed for my acne.
Grant. Not sure if I will, though.
Don't let Big Brother watch you. An intrusive surveillance system could be installed by the end of the school year at Blackwell Academy. I did not sign Miss Grant's petition, so the surveillance system likely will be installed.
Go away! People sleeping!
Clearly not a morning person.
Whose room is that? Stella. Sara. Oh, the cat pick subplot. Yeah. The person who posted for the reward, for their missing tablet with the cat pics on it. I think that there's like a whole, like if you look at all the stuff in this game, like if you haven't played this game before, I really recommend like reading all of the stuff and looking at all of the stuff and like getting into the environmental storytelling, because like it's so good, and there are just like and there are just like subplots and foreshadowing and everything, and it's just really fun. But there's like a little subplot where someone's tablet with their cat pics of their like cat that passed away is on it, and someone like got the tablet and is like trying to sell it, and it's like a whole side plot. It's incredible. The most emotionally impactful subplot in the game. Yeah, totally. Okay, let's go see Dana. Sorry, I'm sorry. I walked into this room. Tell me if you see it too. And I see lesbian flag lighting. Right? Anyway. Like, I don't know why that never occurred to me before. I don't know if it's because the lighting is different, the remaster and stuff, or lesbian flag lighting, right? It's the sunlight on the pink, but like this is lesbian lighting. Sorry, it is. I don't make the rules. Okay. Well, Dana's such a cutie. I love her. Having a little dance on her bed. Okay. Well, those are contraceptive pills, right? Well, good for her.
Speaking of Halloween, look at all this makeup. At least Dana knows how to use it.
Let's go and invade your privacy even further.
Who will survive and what will be left of them? Don't say that out loud, dork.
Happy, joy. Relationship status, not single.
That would be fun to put skulls and ghosts all over Blackwell.
It's an email about...
Like I could pull this look off. Hello, Victoria.
Gothic burlesque women's outfits. Amazing. And that's just an email where Dana is being really sweet and really excited about a Halloween party. Signed, Dana of the Dead. I love her. She's just so nice.
Rollerblades. Oh, I wanted to be a derby girl, but I almost broke my feet just putting them on.
I've been wanting to get into roller skating so bad.
Dana takes her Blackwell spirit seriously.
Stuff.
That is so damn cute how much Dana is into this Halloween party.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess that I just really like her because she's so like, I don't know, she's like really nice and really friendly, and she always like, you know, tries to think the best of people, and she's just like got really nice energy and is really enthusiastic about things all the time, and it's really sweet.
I can't even imagine what life would be like being a cheerleader. Dramatic, I guess.
Trevor's jacket.
Trevor is making himself comfortable. Ugh, hope they don't get busted.
Hi, Dana. Sorry for invading your privacy yesterday and doing it again literally just now in front of you by sitting on your laptop while you're there on your bed dancing and looking at me do it. Dancing to no music because
Hi.
copyright.
Do you hate me?
No, Max, I don't hate you. Not that I don't like juicy casa. I just wish you weren't so nosy.
It's my flaw.
It's like my fatal character flaw.
Or a gift. You're very good at being nosy.
Because I care.
I would laugh, but you did save me yesterday. So let's call it even. By the way, the best and biggest news of the day is that Trevor asked me to the Halloween shindig.
That's awesome, Dana.
At least we're showing our faces together in public. So you absolutely should go with us. Borrow one of my outfits and come as a cute geek couple with your bitch Warren.
I'm not big on cosplay.
Don't let life pass you by, Max. So, are you coming to the party or not?
We got some love for Dana in the chat. She doesn't need music. Yeah, she doesn't. 'Cause she's got everything she needs. That was definitely an instance of like someone, I don't know, insinuating some like we talked a bit last week about like reading Max as a lesbian and like reading the stuff with Warren as comphet. That's definitely an instance where I feel like Max makes it pretty clear that she's like not into Warren, but yeah, I mean, I'm gonna say no, not on the basis of not wanting to go to the party, but on the basis of trying to make it clear that like I want nothing to do with Warren. So no.
No, sorry. It's just not my thing.
You came to Blackwell to discover yourself, not hide in your dorm.
I won't discover myself avoiding projectile vomit from bro dudes. Thanks anyway.
That's fair, to be honest with you. I do kind of resent that people think that like one of the only ways to like socialize and find yourself or whatever the fuck when you're young is like partying and stuff like that. Like I'm not gonna get like super into it because I don't really want to get like very personal right now, but I feel like that contributed to some really messed up stuff in my life for a really long time. Like I feel like I've been pretty open, and I am pretty open about the fact that I am an alcoholic. I've been sober for 6 months now, so yay me. But I like those kind of ideas, like the way that culture like romanticizes like going out partying and clubbing and like all of this stuff, and that's like how you live life, and that's how you fit in, and that's how you find love, and that's like blah blah blah. Like I feel like all of that stuff definitely like contributed to it, and I feel like ever since I stopped drinking and I stopped doing that stuff, I just realized that like I never even really enjoyed it. And there are things that I actually like enjoy doing that I wasn't like letting myself discover or do because I thought that I had to be a certain way or do a certain thing, and that there was something wrong with me if like going out and clubbing and partying and stuff wasn't something that I genuinely enjoyed, and that if I had to be like off my face, like drunk or intoxicated to even be able to deal with that. So I do kind of like feel that way about that interaction as well. Like I understand like where Dana's coming from. I think she's lovely. I think she's trying to get Max to like make friends, and there is the whole thing of like Max, if you do like really care about people, then the way to show care for people is not to invade their privacy, it's to engage with them, and that stuff's all like really important. But I think, and I mean, obviously, like, Dana's a teenager, it's fine, she means well, I get it. But, like, like, Max can find other ways to connect with people and socialize and stuff like that, right? Like, yeah, so, Yeah. Okay, I am supposed to be going to the shower. I forgot what I was meant to be doing, lol. Okay.
Chloe is so determined to find you, Rachel.
Let's go. Let's go take a shower. Oh, hi, Kate. Let's have a look around first. Rachel is a whore. No. Leave Rachel alone. Yeah, this is the whole to the universe, to another universe graffiti that when we were playing episode 1, I noticed that in the drawing that Max and Chloe had done together as kids, so I feel like a lot of people have theorized that Chloe did this graffiti where you see it in the game, and I feel like that's evidence to support that.
Otter power? I'm so not there.
Okay.
Kate is not good. I wish David would get off her crack, as Chloe would say. Oh, hey Kate. Sorry about yesterday.
Yeah, I'm sorry you didn't do anything to help. But you're just like everybody else here.
It's not true. I wanted to help, but...
Whatever. It's done. By the way, Max, do you still have my copy of the October Country?
Oh, yes, of course. It's great so far. I didn't realize Bradbury was such a poet.
Can you please bring it back to my room this morning? I just need to take some notes for class.
Absolutely. I'll bring it by later.
I feel like Kate looks like better. I mean, obviously, like, it's a remaster and blah blah blah. I mean that, like, I don't know, in that scene I was like, I feel like in the original she looked like in a bad way. You know what I mean? But because her face looked like brighter there, it was like looked a bit, not that she's still not clearly depressed. I'm not trying to say that. You can have good skin and be depressed. You can look pretty and be depressed. I should know. But yeah, okay, well, I'll just take a shower. You were right to call me out on the bullshit with the photo, so really cannot hold that against you, Kate. Oh, what's this gonna be like? Oh, wow, that is much better than in the original. The, like, the texture on that water and stuff. And, ooh, like, the fogged up mirror texture is really nice there as well.
What's up, Kate?
School.
That's it? That video of you clubbing didn't look like homework.
Victoria, that wasn't me.
Oh my god, right. Don't be shy. I think it's awesome you set a tongue record on video.
You're going to be sorry someday.
Oh, boo-hoo. I'm sorry you're a viral slut. I'm sure she had fun.
Looks like it.
I know Nathan hooked her up. And you know he has the good shit.
Preach it, sister.
Yuck! I still have goddamn paint all over my face. Max Selfie thought she was a badass taking that picture. I should have beat her down.
That was so uncool.
She's jealous because Mr. Jefferson, knows I'm going to win the Everyday Heroes contest. He thinks Max is a joke.
She's a weirdo with that dumb camera.
I hate that I'm so quirky crap. Anyway, let's leave the link to Kate's video so everybody gets a chance to see her in action.
You are such an evil biatch. I love it.
I feel like I was expecting her to be meaner there. Because I made fun of her and I messed up the stuff in her room and... Anyway. Mean Girls.
I better get dressed and go give back Kate's book.
Hello? Water?
Sorry, I forgot. Is that the link to Kate's video? Damn, Victoria is so fucking mean.
I gotta say, the fact that she put in the effort to not... Like, she didn't just write katesvid.com, right? Like, if I was writing a URL, I would... But she wrote http :/katesvid. And, yeah, again, we are leaving that there for reasons of doing opposite decisions and being a jerk, as much as it pains me to do that to dear sweet Kate. Look at me, I am Max Selfie.
Why would anybody even care? I thought artists helped each other.
Wow.
Two can play at this game, Moriarty. They might not believe it, but they won't be sure.
I resent her comparing her and Victoria to Sherlock and Moriarty on a lot of levels. There are a lot of levels on which I resent that, but we move. Alright.
No fucking way. This is not why I came to Blackwell. And I still have to clean all this crap up after I find Kate's book.
Okay, so in this version, people who saw us play this game the first time will remember that there are a few different ways that this can go down. In this version, it looks like just Victoria came for us, not Nathan. Hold on. I'm not gonna tidy up because I'm a chaotic fucking bitch.
Of course she just spilled soda on
This is
Kate's
chaos
book.
mode.
Better fix this
I'm not tidying
fast.
up.
Kate needs the book and I don't want to add to her list of problems. Be gone, foul soft drink.
Nerd.
Aha, you sneaky book. You're mine.
Okay, rest in peace, Lisa. Let's take a selfie. Why not? Let's take a selfie.
Take your power seriously.
Okay.
I could rewind for days and read all of these books. Will I really find any insight into my power?
Do I have to tidy up? Are they gonna make me tidy? No, get dressed. I'm not tidying up.
Maybe I'll just put on a shirt.
Tidying up is for
Hey, Einstein had the same exact
losers.
suit every day of the week, and he couldn't even rewind time.
She's got the Jane Doe shirt on.
Now I can finally take this back to Kate before I'm late. As if I have to worry about being late anymore. I do have all the time in the world now.
Okay. Did someone text me? I thought that someone texted me, but... so I just need to...
Victoria, of course. That's
give
what I
the
get for
book
making
to
fun of
Kate.
him. Bitch. Mrs. Hoyda is still out sick. I heard somebody say she has severe depression. Poor thing.
A little frowny face next to crossed out English AP. Yeah, let's just go to Kate's room. Also, tidying up is for straight people. So true. Just found out they sell official Steph Lesbian D20 shirts. They do! I thought about wearing mine today, but then because of the like look that I ended up going for and like the well, I had my Steph lesbian D20 shirt on and I did my makeup, and then when I did my makeup and I had like the all the pink and the like white and the light colors, I was like, I need to wear a white t-shirt, so I changed it. But yes, they do. Insert Coin clothing sells them, and I have one and it's very good. 10 out of 10 recommend. For some reason the image they show as default is just some man. Yeah, is that on Insert Coin on their website? Because I think the other day I was one of my Twitter mutuals was talking about how they basically like look like Alex, and they wanted like Alex's denim jacket, and I remembered that they sell that on Insert Coin, so I went back on their website and I saw that they advertised the Steph lesbian D20 shirt with like a male model, and I was like, this shirt is for lesbians, like why would you I feel like writing a strongly worded letter about that actually, because that is fully like that is fully, you know, bad. Like, you know, there are worse things in the world and it's fine, but like like what the heck. They sell them in Hot Topic in the US as well. Oh cool. Well, hopefully Hot Topic doesn't like advertise it on male models though, because it's a shirt for lesbians. But anyway, all right, let's go to
Kate?
talk to Kate.
You in there? Yes, I'm here. Come in, Matt.
Oh, Kate.
Why did she cover up the mirror? If she can't look at herself? Kate's art is perfect for a children's book. Everything looks so fun and colorful and positive.
Does look pretty cute.
Kate used to play the violin every morning. She stopped last week.
It'd be like that when you're depressed, man. I was struggling to go to the gym, which is actually something that I really feel good about doing and enjoy doing when I do it. I mean, it's not necessarily that I find the gym inherently fun as much as I enjoy exercising and I enjoy training for bouldering and climbing, which is a sport that I actually enjoy. But like, yeah, it's just been having a really hard time and I was really struggling with it, and I don't know, it feels really shit, doesn't it, when you're having like a depressive episode and like you just can't enjoy the things that you know that you enjoy. It really sucks.
That's a lot of tears. She's going to go through boxes.
Although I do have to wonder whether Kate plays the violin because she enjoys it or because someone told her to. And you know, we'll look at some of these environmental clues and stuff, but like, yeah, I guess it's hard for, like, I guess that I make that association in my head as well, because like I trained to do classical music and it wasn't like the most enjoyable experience ever for me, and you know, I got to a point where I didn't want to do it anymore, but like wasn't really allowed to quit, and that kind of sucked. So I think I probably just have that association in my mind. So
I had no idea that Kate ever hung out with Alyssa and Stella.
I love Alyssa's like scene hair. I think it's incredible.
That is the cutest bunny ever.
Little bunny.
I bet Kate is a good mommy.
Yeah, so I feel like the bunny in the Jefferson photo that we were talking about in the last episode. I feel like it pretty strongly resembles this bunny rabbit. It's a poster of Jesus, of white Jesus, presumably.
Hey, I'm trying to use my powers for good.
I mean, it's really badly lit, but it looks like white Jesus, right? Who knows?
That's a lot of tears. She's going to go through boxes. Kate really has a doting father.
And the light shines in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. John 1:5. Katie, you'll always be my brightest light against the dark. Hugs and love, Pop. Love that he unironically calls himself Pop.
Kate is all alone dealing with this video bullshit. I hope her mother doesn't disown her.
Kate's mother being terrible and basically victim blaming her for the video thing.
Kate's room is usually immaculate. For her, this must be a pigsty. Kate even makes notes in her Bible. My parents never once took me to church. I had nothing to rebel against. I don't know what to believe now.
So she's highlighted Matthew 11:28, come to me all you who are weary and burdened and I will give you rest, and crossed out Proverbs 21:15, when justice is done it brings joy to the righteous and terror to the evildoers. I mean, I'm not like the best person ever at like reading my Quran regularly, but for folks who don't know, I am a Muslim. I do make, I mean, I don't make notes in the Quran because I don't want to write on my Quran, and nor should I, but I do like make notes when I'm reading it, and like rereading it and stuff like that. I feel like it's a pretty standard thing to do for people who take religion very seriously, although I don't talk about it that much because I feel like people make a lot of like assumptions and judgments about you when you talk about taking religion that seriously. I don't know.
Almost forgot what Kate looks like when she smiles.
What are these fishies? These little fishies are like related to a Christian denomination, I think, but I'm not 100% sure.
It's way too emo in here. Kate isn't that gloomy. Until lately. Kate even makes notes in her Bible. Damn, it's the all-American Romy family.
Yeah, that is a depressing photo. Yeah. I feel like, we talk about this a bit like in our video essay and in our playthrough and stuff, but I feel like there's so much around, like, I feel like you could delve deeper into a lot of the stuff around Kate, and like the way that her family is presented and stuff like that. Because, like, I think that there's a lot of stuff about, like, oh, like, perfect cinnamon roll Kate who has no real character flaws and is a perfect victim and stuff like that. And there's a lot to be said for that, but I guess that I've never really, like, thought about this super deeply before, but there is something, like, in the way that her family is presented and stuff that's, I don't know, like, interesting. I don't know what to think about it exactly, but like the whole all-American zombie family thing, or like the way that religion is, I mean, yeah, I have a lot of feelings about the way that religion is presented in most things, but it's interesting, especially for folks who've played Life is Strange 2, because there's like a pretty there's a pretty significant like episode of Life is Strange 2 that is focused on like questions of faith and religion, and I just think that the way that the series engages with it in those 2 installments is really interesting. I don't think Before the Storm or True Colors really deal with faith or religion really, but Life is Strange and Life is Strange 2 do. And I guess that that's interesting as well because Life is Strange and Life is Strange 2 are both you know, like developed and stuff by Dontnod Entertainment, and Before the Storm and True Colors are developed by Deck 9, so so that's like an interesting thing. I don't feel like I have necessarily like deeper takes on it yet, but I do a bit of an analysis of it in Life is Strange 2 in our video on institutional racism, but I feel like if I was connecting the 2 games, I'm not 100% sure what to make of it. But anyway, let's
Poor Kate. She doesn't look good.
talk to Kate.
Hey Kate, I brought your book.
Max, why didn't you do anything when David harassed me yesterday?
I'm gonna say that I wanted proof.
I wanted proof David was in your face.
I thought he was different. I'm happy to see that somebody cares.
Kate, I actually do care. So, what's the story with you and David?
Well, he's a total paranoid ass. He thinks I'm part of the Vortex Club. Yeah, right.
Well, I didn't want to come across as caring, but I also didn't feel like an asshole Max would admit to being scared, if you get me, and slash that she wouldn't necessarily be scared. Yeah, there is a choice coming up. There is a choice coming up, and I'm not 100% sure how to handle this one, so I'm probably gonna ask for y'all's input on that, if that's okay. Okay, so before we move on, I'm just gonna, disclaimer here that again, this is chaos/asshole mode, so as much as I loathe to do this, as much as I really, really loathe to do this, I am going to... There are like a bunch of dialogue options right now that are basically like victim blaming. And I know that they are victim blaming, and you should never ever say this stuff to people. And I just want to put out there right now that if someone says that they've like been drugged and assaulted, you should never ever say this stuff to someone. Okay? Again, go watch me and Daz's playthrough on the YouTube channel if you want to see what we would actually say in terms of the options given. But I'm gonna be a horrible person right now, and I'm really sorry about that. So, here we go.
What about this video? And I swear I haven't watched it.
I can't even watch it, Max.
Should I watch it? Just for posterity?
Are you kidding? You know how humiliating this is for me?
I know this sucks, Kate, but tell me about the video and maybe I can help.
Basically, I went to one Vortex Club party and ended up making out with a bunch of people. And I have no memory of it.
So, why would you go?
Lapse of sanity? I just thought I could meet some new people.
You have to tell me more than that. What happened at the party? Did you drink?
I swear to God, I had one sip of red wine, and then I drank water.
Are you sure it was just one sip?
I take a sip at church, and I don't end up on a viral video, okay?
Did somebody drug you?
I remember getting sick and dizzy.
Go on.
Then Nathan Prescott said he would take me to the hospital.
How sick were you?
Sick enough to need a doctor. I thought I was dying, Max.
So, Nathan didn't take you to the ER?
All I recall is driving for a long time. Then I woke up in a room. I thought it was a hospital because it was so white and bright.
Go on. I'm listening.
Somebody was talking to me in a soft voice. I thought it was a doctor until I heard Nathan and felt a sharp sting in my neck. And...
Sorry, I don't know how well you can see my face right now, but I'm like cringing because this is horrible. Because this is a horrible situation and like what happened to her is horrible, but also because it's really horrible like choosing these dialogue options, so I'm just kind of trying to get through it.
Are you sure?
Of course. You think I'm making this crap up. Why?
No, I'm just being deductive, as usual. Then what happened?
That's all I remember. I don't know what happened. I woke up outside my dorm room the next day. I didn't have any marks or bruises, but I felt gross.
So, who took the video of you at the party?
I have no idea. Probably Victoria. She was there being her mean self.
Jesus, Kate. I'm sorry. This is serious shit.
How do I get a viral video taken down? I know it's already spreading. What if my church sees that? I need to know what to do.
Kate, we'll figure it out. I'll check back later, okay?
Thanks, Max. You can put my book here near my mouth.
I'm sorry, like if you had just had that conversation, like if you were Kate and you had just had that conversation with Maxine here, and like the whole conversation was her being like, are you sure that you just had one sip of wine? Are you sure that you got how sick were you? Really? Like if you had that conversation, holy shit, like I would just be, well, I mean, to be fair, when I was that age, maybe I would have, like, I don't know. When I was that age, actually, realistically, I probably would have, like, internalized that, like, majorly internalized that of, like, oh, right, okay, so this is my fault that this has happened to me. If I had that conversation now, then I would hope that I would recognize that this person who just said those things is not going to be helpful, and maybe doesn't really want to help me for the right reasons, and like what's going on there, and yeah.
She left out Amnation.
So this is a
Ouch. She left out Amnation.
lovely little letter from Kate's aunt telling her that she's doomed to eternal hellfire. So, love that. Oh, she wants her book. Yeah.
So, Max, can I ask you a question? And please be honest.
Absolutely, Kate. Anything.
I need to find out if Nathan Prescott helped me or hurt me after that party. Should I go to the police?
Okay, here it is. Go to the police or look for proof. I don't remember what me and Daz chose in our playthrough for the channel. I usually personally say to look for proof, which probably doesn't really come as a surprise to anyone who is familiar with me and with our channel, because you know, basically we don't stand cops here, so I feel like you know, looking for proof is the option that I usually go for. I'm not sure which one is the more unpopular version here either. So I guess the only other thing I'm thinking about at the moment is like what motivations or like, you know, reasoning could I give for either of these choices from the perspective of like how I'm trying to play Max and like what's like a jerkier option. Because I mean, like, you could definitely say that like going to the police is a shittier, like more asshole option in a way, because I mean, I guess that like again it's like I see it like that, right? Because like I don't like, you know, believe in going to the police really about anything because the police just cause more violence. And I mean, like I feel like I remember me and Daz talking about this a bit again in our playthrough as well, about like how, you know, it's the police, like we know that they don't really do much to help like sexual violence survivors, and the police themselves are perpetrators, and the system just causes more harm and like all of that kind of stuff. So like you can definitely find like further discussion of that on our YouTube playthrough, although I'm happy to talk about that more if people are interested. But I mean, yeah, I guess that like for looking for proof, I'm not sure like in terms of like getting into that headspace of like how I'm trying to like play this character, and like thinking about like what the motivations for kind of like a mean like kind of like a selfish asshole like mean Max, like what her motivations would be for either of these. I'm not like 100% sure, and like yeah, I'm really not sure. So I think that like at the moment, like the way where my head is that go to the police is the thing that I usually don't choose. Yeah, so I'm not sure, but I'm really interested to hear like if people have any thoughts about this one in chat. Do let me know what you think, because I feel like a bit conflicted on this one. Like I could do like a quick Google or something to see what the unpopular decision is, because I'm really not sure what the unpopular decision is here. But yeah, I'm genuinely like struggling to figure out what the like motivations for, I don't know, each one from like a asshole perspective or whatever would be. And the only thing that I have right now is like go to the police on the basis of like it being the thing that I don't like really choose to do as much, and the thing that I don't agree with. And I mean, I can always like choose it and then rewind if we change our minds about that, but do let me know what you think in chat if you would like to. Yeah, I think I'll press it for now, and we'll let the cutscene play out, and I'll see if I can see on Google what the least popular decision is.
Yes, you should definitely go to the police, Kate. I totally believe every word you say. Nathan Prescott is truly dangerous.
Bless you, Max. I will go to the police, and also Principal Wells. With you as my backup witness, they'll have to take us seriously now.
Backup witness? Well, I mean, I believe you in everything, but we're still just spoiled punk students to the cops and faculty. I just think we need to be very careful here.
Why? Careful of what?
Nothing. Except the Prescotts are a powerful family. I hope this won't backfire on us, that's all. Even though that rich bastard has earned some serious bad karma. He'll get it. Time out, Max. You actually told Kate to go to the police and the principal after getting a scary text threat. Now the police will definitely drag you into this shit.
Okay, it's interesting that the way that that interaction is framed is that telling her to go to the police is the one that is like, yeah, I believe you. I totally believe that everything that you should say, you should totally go to the police. You know what I mean? I feel like the idea that like believing survivors is aligned with going to the police about sexual violence and believing in the police as a solution for sexual violence are like those two in that cut scene. They have connected those two things, and those two things are not connected at all for me. So I'm just gonna watch the other one real quick before I stick with one, actually.
So
It's just, yeah, forward through. Look for proof.
If you do that, they won't believe you. You're on video grabbing at all those guys, and they'll use that against you. Bad.
but I know I was drugged.
That's what you have to prove, not them. I'm just telling you how the cops in school will look at this. The video doesn't exactly back you up.
You make me feel so hopeless.
No, Kate. I just don't want you to get hurt anymore.
That seems impossible at this point. So that's your answer?
I think we should wait. There are other things going on that might help you.
But not right now. So I can walk down the halls with people calling me a viral slut. Thanks, Max.
Yeah, like I really don't like this decision, actually. I
Good
kind of
job,
forgot
Dr.
like how
Harris.
much I
She didn't like what I had to
but
say.
I think I'm gonna take my hair down, y'all, because I had a feeling that halfway through the stream I was gonna take my hair down because I would get tired of having it up. I really don't like the way that this decision is framed, like, at all, because it basically like aligns, like I've said, it aligns believing survivors with reporting sexual violence to the police, and it aligns like rejecting the police with like not believing survivors. And the way that that's framed, I like really hate it, because I'm someone who, you know, very much like believes that we should always believe survivors, but also does not believe in the police as an institution. And it's counterintuitive, if anything, if you think about it, right? Because, like, since when do the police as an institution, like, ever believe survivors, right? So connecting those things is really, like, I mean, obviously those are, like, normative values, and those are, like, you know, the ways in which the police are, like, normalized as in our society. But I just obviously, like, really disagree with that, and yeah, the way that it's framed is, like, really bad. So in terms of for this playthrough, I'm actually, like, not sure about this, because, like, I can go with the police thing on the basis of, like, my personal beliefs and the unpopular thing, like, not choosing it as much, but on the basis of those two interactions, the one that comes across as more of, like, an asshole thing, like, that more directly or, like, overtly comes off as, like, being an asshole, is the look for proof one, right? So I guess that, like, you know, I guess that, like, you could spin motivations for the cop one and, like, the reasons why it's less overtly asshole-ish as, like, I don't know, like, manipulative or something. Like, you could maybe spin it in that way. But I don't know. It's genuinely, I really hate this decision. Like, at the end of the day, I really hate this decision. I hate the way that it's framed, and that's part of the reason why this is so difficult. It doesn't feel difficult to me because it feels like a morally difficult choice, like, on paper or, like, in real life, like, at all. I hate this choice because I hate the way that it's framed, like, the way that the game frames this choice to you. I fundamentally, like, disagree with the way that they approach that. So I think, yeah, I think I might go with the cops one just on the basis of, I guess, like everything that I've just talked about. But I don't know. Max, can you go all the way back? Yeah, there you go. There we go. Ooh. That controller is vibrating. Okay. Yeah, let's go with the cops.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I hate it, but we're gonna move on. Let's go. Leave. Oh, text from Chloe. Max. Food. 2 whales. See you there. Don't hurt your fingers texting. Yay, breakfast. Close eye smiley emoji. No emoji. Oh, I did get a text. Private number. Keep your smart mouth shut about everything or I'm coming for your ass. I know where you sleep. Fun.
Now I'm getting anonymous threats? It never ends. This has to be from Nathan. But it could be anybody. I better be doubly careful around here or I could be in serious danger. If I'm not already.
Okay, well, I think I've done everything here really, so let's leave the dorms. Well, I hated that, but now we're gonna go and see Chloe. Yay! Oh wait, no, not yet. We have to talk to other people first. Boo! I only want to talk to Chloe.
The paint job looks great. Samuel knows his color schemes.
I mean, it looks fine, I guess. It just looks like a school building. I don't know what.
The birds are flocking around Samuel. Hey Samuel, you're up early.
Oh,
Hello, young Max. I do love the early morning. Everything is so calm and quiet, and now here's a shot of a totem pole because I'm a mysterious, mystical white man who's associated with Native Americans and spirit animals, which is really offensive and really quite racist, but in any case, squirrels.
That's one thing I truly love about Arcadia Bay. It's all those cool animals in the forest.
the squirrels always come in the morning
Food.
for food.
I can hear them whisper.
I hear them whisper. What animals do you see in the forest?
I'm just gonna not engage with him,
The
really.
usual. You know.
Seems like you know more.
I feel like his face does look a bit friendlier in this this version.
So, what did you think about that freak snow shower yesterday?
Another message from the Earth to get our shit together. I will say that Samuel hasn't seen anything like that before.
I so don't want to get in the way of your morning ritual. See you later.
Of course you will.
Yeah, and it's not that like I don't like Samuel. Like I think that he's the character like as a person is fine, but the way that the character is like framed in the narrative, like through storytelling devices and associations that are like racist and like culturally appropriative, that's what I don't like, if that makes sense. Like I think that like this person is fine, but the way that the game frames him and associates him with you know, certain things is like not okay.
I can see that Samuel's concerned, but does he need a poster? How did Samuel get photos of Rachel posing?
You know, I feel like they never really explained this.
I've never seen Samuel wearing shades. And what's with this other crap?
Sammy stuff.
I definitely won't play with this thing again. Samuel really should keep this locked. It's a waiting accident.
Yeah, I feel like the like photos of Rachel and the like Sammy stuff box of like implying that he like, I don't know, dresses up in a feminine way or that he's into fashion is like kind of a, they never really address it, right? And I guess that it's meant to be like, oh, like be suspicious of Samuel, but like if the basis of that suspicion is like kind of like queer phobic, then it feels a bit weird.
How hard is it to dump the trash into a bin? But I could use this to attract squirrels.
Especially for like anyone who's familiar with kind of like the horror genre and how like there's loads of like trans misogyny in the horror genre, like especially like older horror films like Dress to Kill or like Psycho and stuff like that, that basically like associate trans women and trans feminine people with like monstrosity and evil, and basically like associate their like feminine gender deviance, so to speak, with like being murderous and evil and monstrous. There's something in that with the Samuel thing, and it's just like, you know, I don't like it. Yeah.
Release the Kraken. Come on, squirrel. Time for your 15 minutes of fame. I better not get near the bench, or the squirrel won't take the food.
Squizzle. Squizzle. I just want to take a picture. Come on, little guy. Come on. Oh, he's so cute. Aw. Aw. Photo.
Yes! Another Pulitzer for the portfolio.
Yay. Oh, I feel like I'm doing pretty good on photos this episode. Okay, alright. There's the Tabanga.
Warren told me that totem is named Tabanga for a reason nobody knows. Can't Blackwell have at least one no football zone?
Okay. Oh, Taylor's hanging around. Let's talk to Taylor, I guess. Hi, Taylor.
Hi, Taylor. Why would you even talk to me after the shit you pulled yesterday with Victoria?
Okay, bye.
Well, sorry to exist, Taylor.
On that we agree. Do you mind leaving? Thanks.
Bye-bye. Yeah, sorry. If we're committed to being an asshole, then I'm not gonna not gonna try and make friendly with Taylor.
The Prescott dormitory? Good lord, Nathan's family owns my dorm?
Max, it's over here.
Ew, it's him.
Warren is out and about already too. Looks like he's waiting for somebody.
Gee, I wonder who.
Warren, what are you doing here?
Oh, nothing. Waiting for a call? I mean, I already took the call. Anyway, I wanted to rap about that action yesterday.
I'm not thanking him.
That was intense. Everything happened so fast. I owe you.
You don't owe him anything.
Oh, yes, you do. I got knocked on my ass by that dick. I'm some personal superhero.
You're a real everyday hero. You stood up to a bully and it was awesome.
He got the shit beat out of him. Come on, it wasn't awesome.
She's pretty punk rock. How do you know her?
I'm not telling you anything about my girlfriend.
Just a pirate I used to know.
I bet you were glad to see her blast up in that truck like a rock star. Which begs the question, why is Nathan Prescott getting psycho on you?
Just don't get involved.
He's dangerous. I don't want you to get involved. You got me there, but lay low. Nathan Prescott is going to get his karma soon.
Weird fucking week. Like that bizarro snowfall yesterday. Speaking of dystopia, that drive-in is having a 70s Planet of the Apes marathon. Let's go.
No.
No, I don't think I can concentrate on going out to the movies. I just feel like escaping.
Fine. Be a damn dirty human. I'll go ape myself.
Yeah, go ape yourself. Bye. God, I hate him. God, he's so annoying. Arrgh. Okay, and now for a lovely, scenic, beautiful bus ride to the Two
David
Whales
talking to
Diner.
Nathan cannot be a good thing. This has something to do with Kate. Or Rachel.
With no music. Can't wait. So, when I lived in Canada, I took the school bus, like the yellow school bus, but like, there was like a scheduled time that the school bus, like, arrived in the morning, and there was a scheduled time that it left after school, and that was it. So it's pretty crazy to me that they have a school bus that seems to just go, like, leave school in the morning, and that, like, does the school bus just, like, run throughout the day, and, like, does it go on, like, a, like, what? It's weird. I don't know. But, I mean, if we have any North Americans who know, then let us know. But like when I was in Canada, it was just the two times. It was just the one time in the morning and the one time in the afternoon. And if you missed the school bus, you missed the school bus, and you had to get to school some other way. But I don't, like, their school bus just seems to operate like a normal bus, which is weird. Okay. Oh, those cloud textures are nice. Those clouds are looking very nice. I am, when I finish this, I'm waiting to finish this and then to watch all of the recommended YouTube videos that I've been getting, like, talking about the remastered version, because I've been recommended so many YouTube videos talking about whether or not people liked the remaster.
The diner looks exactly the same.
Alright.
Hi. You look lost.
Close. Do you know if the bus has come yet? The online schedule isn't working.
I don't know. It runs pretty regularly.
I cannot miss this job interview. But I've got to take the bus out of Arcadia Bay to Newport just to find work.
Are things that bad here?
Where are things good? I can't even afford to live here.
Well, good luck.
Thanks, I sure need it.
This lady does not look like she has been remastered, respectfully.
She's busy and stressed.
No time for chit-chat. I'm a millionaire. Yep. Got my lottery ticket right here. Waiting for the bus so I can cash it in.
Good luck, buddy. No emoji. Running late, grab a booth at the diner, mom will feed you. Somebody better. I'll be lucky if you make it by noon. And then it's a smiley face emoji, but with like the square bracket, and that really takes me back. That really, really takes me back. Not remastered, derogatory. Yep. That's gonna be the way that I insult everything that I don't like in this now. Boopy. Never mind.
There was something creepy about that guy and his dog.
So I remember, like, you know, going through all of these back in the day, like these license plates and going over the references. And so we've got The Killing, which is a murder mystery show. I think it's like a Scandinavian one, like maybe Danish or something, and then there was like an American adaptation. Donnie Darko, which obviously is a film with a time travel element. Groundhog Day, time travel element as well. So this, when I just like walked back up to it, I think that it's a reference to something called The Faculty, which I've never seen before. But when I was walking past and I saw it, I immediately thought The Foucault, which I don't know what that says about me, but oh hey Charlotte, welcome. How are you doing? How's your Sunday going? Welcome to Life is Strange episode 2. Hello fisherman dude. Let's look at your flyers.
Look at all these flyers. It's so sad that nobody will read them.
Save our bay. What else did it say? End the man-made drought in the bay.
It's so sad that nobody will read them.
Hey buddy.
Good morning. Looks like you're ready to catch some serious fish.
I wish, young gal. Arcadia Bay just isn't the same fishing town I grew up in.
Has the town changed much?
By Neptune's beard, it has. Seems like a lifetime ago when I was king of the harbor.
Save our bay, B-A-E. Am I right? You are right. You're so right. I mean, unfortunately you might not be right for this specific playthrough because of, you know, the premise of this entire playthrough, but in my heart, in my heart, and in my soul, and in the part of us all that knows what's good and right, save our bay. Sunday's been nice, just wanted to get snacks. Oh, I'm glad that you're having a good day. Sorry, I was not checking my phone and forgot this, but oh, don't apologize. Please don't apologize, but it's really good to see you, and I'm glad that you're hanging out. And I also, I don't know if you saw my Instagram post, but I wanted to thank you so much for your tip about the NYX jumbo pencil, because I got one when I was out shopping yesterday, the like white jumbo pencil, and I used it as like a base for, well, after some moisturizer and some primer, I used it as a base for my eyeshadow today, and like it worked wonders. Like it's really made the pink pop, and like I have a few different shades of pink on that I layered on as well and like blended them out, but I felt like my pink eyeshadow really popped today, so thank you so much for the advice, Charlotte. Oh, thank you so much. No, save lesbian. Okay, so we'll talk about that more when we get to episode 5, but on the bright side, we might get a kiss. So that's something. Okay, what were you saying? Your own boat?
You have your own boat?
I call her the Bali High. I've kept a hold of her in these lean days. Might be all the time we've got left.
I thought one of Arcadia Bay's main exports was fish.
Oh, the fish used to jump onto my boat until the Prescotts and their finance fiends snapped up harbor rights.
The Prescotts have a lot of power.
They might rename the town Prescott Bay. If that tells you much.
They own my school.
They own my school.
Crooks gain respect when they put their names on schools and libraries. Let's not get downcast. I hear the fish calling for Bali High. Never forget that old fishermen never die. We just smell that way.
I'd love to learn more, but I have to get going. Happy fishing out there.
Finance fiends, aka Wall Street L. Yeah, it's interesting because he has a really interesting point about the like library and school thing, because like a lot of like, you know, like venture capitalists have schools and libraries named after them, don't they? And like a lot of horrible like rich people do have like things named after them, and that definitely like is supposed to kind of like warrant respect and stuff. But I mean, like, all of this is really interesting because, like, again, like, we talk about it a little bit in the disability, gender, and agency video essay, but, like, you know, like, the critique that this game has of capitalism, like, it has some points and it's pretty good, but it's also definitely got its limitations, and I think that considering that, you know, we just talked about the decision whether or not to encourage Kate to tell the police that she's been drugged, and like the horrible like way that decision is framed, and like how much I hate it. Like I feel like that's a pretty good example of how like that, you know, like it fails to, the way that things are framed like fails to join the dots of like, oh, like capitalism and the police are like connected because the whole point of the police is like to protect capital and to protect wealth and to protect power. But you know, so it's quite interesting to have that conversation after just talking about the thing with Kate, for sure.
Snow. Well, that's a good start to the story.
Weather service baffled by snow, blah blah blah. Hello. I remember you being rude.
Excuse me, sir?
Can you believe this town? The world is on fire, and our big headline is snow. I can hardly wait for next week's big story. Clouds!
Yeah, none of these people waiting outside have really been remastered, so rest in peace.
The snow was pretty odd. It was right in the middle of a warm, sunny day.
Global warming bullshit. It's the Northwest. Snow happens.
I keep reading how Arcadia Bay is booming.
The paper can only talk about that or about missing girls.
This town is more like a mystery to me.
You're young. You'll get over it.
Okay, you're a peach. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, look at you. A fine example of youth.
Damn, this lighting is not it.
Yes, I go to Blackwell Academy.
I could tell you're a wise young woman. I know all about Blackwell and this town.
This is the thing, is that like there are some moments where like the remastering that they've done has been really nice, and then there are some bits where it just like, you know, either like they could have fixed something or made something look better and they didn't, or like you just now like that looked worse than I remember it looking, and the lighting was worse. And I do want to say that I know that Deck 9 like had a quite a rough time with like workload and like worker well-being and stuff like that, like with working on True Colors and then Wavelengths and then the remaster. So like I am aware of that, and like I do understand, and I'm glad that they took like longer to put these games in these installments out, but I just feel like I would have happily like waited even longer. You know, and like a lot of I get it, there's so much pressure from like the shitty like side of the gaming community, and like the way that people put loads of pressure on devs to put these games out. But like I would have waited longer for like a more a more fleshed out True Colors and like a better remaster. Like I would have just waited longer. It wasn't urgent. Like it's fine. It's midday but dark. Yeah. I wonder if it's meant to be super dark to show the weird weather. Yeah, I don't know, but it's just like so like dark. Like, well, let's have this conversation and kind of see the rest of this scene. But like when we said hello to this woman, it was just
How long have you lived in Arcadia Bay?
1,000 years. I've gone through the same changes as the town.
like that is so dark.
What happened to you?
What didn't happen to me? Sometimes you start out in life turned around the wrong way. I married dumb, made mistakes, got cheated out of my savings, lost my home, and now I hang out here.
I'm sorry. Have you ever lived outside of here?
Where the hell would I go? I hate the sun and love the mist. I might be homeless, but Arcadia Bay is still my home.
There's like, so I feel like there's a lot that could be said about this interaction and like having this character, and I do kind of resent that she's just like largely she's just like a plot device or like an insert for you to kind of like learn information about certain characters and about Arcadia Bay and stuff, and that kind of sucks. But there's also, and I mean the bar is low, but there's also something to really be said about the fact that like I feel like a lot of people's general attitude towards houseless people is to like not treat them as human beings. And so while the bar is low, there is something nice about simply stopping and having a conversation with a houseless person like they're a human being, like with a life. And I like there's a lot to be like critiqued about the way that it's framed and her role in the story and like in the narrative and stuff like that, but even the very simple fact of that, like I do feel like I do want to acknowledge that. Yeah.
You must know Joyce Price from the Two Whales Diner.
She's fed me more than my own family. How's a daughter your age who's always in trouble? Married to a real prick.
David.
His name is David Madsen.
He told me to get a job once. Asshole. Not sure what Joyce sees in him, but he better treat her right.
I bet you have dirt on the Prescott family.
That whole family is dirty. They once done good things for Arcadia Bay. Those days are dead, like anything in their way.
I know somebody who's being threatened by a Prescott.
Then you be their guardian angel, because nothing gets in
When
the
did
way
the
of that
Prescotts
family,
ever do
especially
anything
not
good
now.
for Arcadia Bay, and like what
They
was
own
it
your
exactly?
school,
Because I feel like you
Blackwell.
find out stuff about the Prescotts
Almost.
later, but it's never
I
that
have
they
to
like
go
did
now.
anything good.
Goodbye.
Like it's just that they were always bad. Yeah, I don't know.
I bet
Oh,
she's seen Arcadia Bay.
I've been
go through
asked
a
to
lot of changes
Streech.
and secrets.
Ugh. Thank you for redeeming Streech. As you've probably already seen, I am wearing a crop top today. I found this crop top in a charity shop yesterday, and I don't own any other crop tops. This is the one crop top I own, and I really wanted to buy a crop top after, having my surgery, because I want some summer wardrobe items and I want to show off my new body confidence a little bit, so I'm very happy about it. Ugh. Well, that's good. That is good. That is helping. Whew. Okay, well, I will stretch my leg a little bit right now, but when I take a break, I'll do a proper leg stretch off screen. Oh, I'm doing a little one right now, though. It's a bit tough because I did start going back to the gym after like a few weeks away from the gym, and my hamstrings are really tight right now. Okay. That's good. We're good. Thank you for redeeming that. Evelyn, I do think it's making an important point about houseless people not wanting to just up and leave the place they've always lived in. Yeah, that's really true, because they are people, and, you know, like, they probably feel like like the city or the town or whatever is their home. Like, of course. You get that criticism a lot more in expensive cities, like, why don't they go to cheaper places? But it's just not helpful to take people away from their home and their community. Yeah, exactly. That is a really good point. Yeah, bar is low, and I wish for better representation of houseless people in gaming generally. Yeah, I agree with that. I do have to say that, you know, again, I talk a little bit about it in the Life is Strange 2 video, but I don't think I don't know, I don't remember how much I, like, go into it. But some, like, an aspect of Life is Strange 2 that is really, really not talked about enough is that, like, the game, like, is obviously, like, about racism, about institutional racism, about policing and the police state and, like, all of those things. But integral to all of that in that story is the fact that those two boys are houseless. Like that's integral to everything that they experience. And I think that, like, a big problem that I kind of recognize, like, in a lot of the discourse is that, especially, like, when people respond to that video, like, and I'm talking about, like, other racialized people who sometimes I, like, there are other racialized people, like, other POC, who respond to that video saying, oh, like, I've never experienced racism like that, this is, like, way over exaggerated. And respectfully, the way that young houseless men of color experience racism is nothing like the way that I experience racism. Because, like, I have the social capital and the power and the money and the privilege and the class position that I have. And that means that my experience of racism is different because, like race and class are, like, you know, within one another and part of the same thing, and they operate together and are inseparable from each other. And, like, so, like, to be able to be like, that game is exaggerated and this is not realistically what racism is like because I haven't experienced in that way. If you are someone who has the class position to sit on YouTube and leave a comment on a YouTube video, is really jarring to me. And it's something that I feel like a lot of the discourse about, like, how that game deals with racism, like, doesn't always productively engage with, and that's something that I've kind of tried to do. But and I think that it really is, like, one of the only games that I can think of as well where, like, for the majority of the game the character that you play as is houseless. And I can't really think, it's the first game that comes to mind for me on that. I'm sure that there are, like, because I remember, for example, like, when I went to EGX Rezzed in 2019, I saw a demo for a game where you play as a houseless person, an indie game. And I should look that up sometime and play that, actually, because I've been meaning to do that for a long time, and I'm sure that, you know, that we might have got past a demo at this point, because it's been 3 years. But yeah. So, really interesting that. Thank you for the compliment. Crop top season, indeed. Yeah, it's a huge part of their instability. Obviously, they didn't quite have the same experience before their dad dies and they leave their house. Yeah, exactly. And, like, at the very beginning of that section of the game as well, like, there's this insight into the kind of racism that they experienced when they had a father and they were living in a house and, like, in a stable situation, and they were going to school and they had a different class position. But when that class position changes and they lose their housing, 100%, like, the way that Sean experiences racism changes, because, like, and like, I mean, that we know that, like, people that, you know, vulnerable people, sex workers, undocumented people, houseless people are more vulnerable to those kinds of physical violence, and, like, people who are going to target someone to commit like violence, especially physical violence, are going to target those people because they are vulnerable, like in that specific way, in ways that like those of us who, you know, are documented and, you know, do have housing and like all of these things have to understand and know that we don't experience violence in the same way, and like that's just like a fact. So I feel like sometimes like that kind of dissonance is really difficult to deal with. But anyway, okay, yeah, let's go back to the two whales in just a second. Yeah, there's nothing really back here. So yeah, I felt like why did this scene have to be so dark and badly lit? I don't know. I understand that it's like a dark corner, but they could have given us something. In we go.
Man, that smell of breakfast and the sound of clanging silverware makes me feel 13 again.
Gonna go to the bathroom because I think that there's a optional photo in the bathroom. Yeah. Photo. Fire Walk With Me. That's a Twin Peaks reference. I've been meaning to rewatch Twin Peaks for a long time now. Oh, we've got some dough graffiti.
Gross.
Some disgusting misogynistic graffiti.
Thank you, redneck poet.
Arcadia Gay Sucks Deck. That's probably gotta be one of my favorites, actually. Let's speak to the random dude.
What do you want? I feel like shit. Too much beer, so spare me, please. Just let me suffer quietly.
Ugh, I don't want to talk to the cop. I'll talk to the trucker.
I don't feel like talking right now. I gotta deliver a load of breakfast to my stomach. Over and out.
Okay.
Hello?
Pardon moi, but you're in my eyesight.
He also does not look remastered. Dare I say, he looks worse.
Isn't everything in here within eyesight?
I don't care for your tone. You sound like Joyce.
How does Joyce sound?
Bossy and smartass. Like you.
Why are you being so rude?
Because I've been on the road for 12 hours straight, hopped up on coffee and diet pills, carrying 2 tons of nitrate, and all I want to do is eat a quiet breakfast and stare out the window. Do you mind?
Okay. I feel like there's a lot that could be said about that too, but let's talk to Trevor and Justin, I guess.
What's up, Justin?
Getting my coffee on before I cut class and destroy some rails. Shouldn't you be taking photos?
They really said fuck everyone but Max and Chloe in this remaster, huh? Yeah. Ugh, men. So true. I feel like, okay, like in the bathroom scene, for example, it was like Victoria looked good, Kate looked good, Taylor looked better, but so some of the minor characters they've put like the effort in with, and then others they just really have not. I forgot what he asked me.
Not yet. I need to get my coffee on too.
And throw in a little green bud and you have the perfect hippie cocktail.
You are so not a hippie.
So where's all your homework, schoolgirl?
School. Speaking of buds, I saw your bro Trevor sneaking out of Dana's room.
Trevor finally told me about him and Dana hooking up. He got there first, so I snooze and I lose. See you later, Max.
Anyway.
Hey, Trevor.
Holla, Max. By the way, I know you saw me in the dorm.
No.
No, I actually didn't.
Thought you were staring right at my face. I guess you know now, and so does Justin.
How did Justin react?
I got him blazed. He was cool. Nobody has secrets in Blackwell anyway. See you in class, Max.
Yeah, these two, I don't know what's going on with their friendship, but it doesn't seem like they're in a super healthy place, so. Oh, my favorite minor character.
Hello there to you. Such a beautiful day, eh? Oh yeah, it's gonna be a super day. Enjoy your breakfast, eh?
You heard it here first. Canadians are weird.
Did you catch any big ones today?
If by big you mean none, then sure. I caught a lot of big ones today. Now let me mourn over my eggs.
Okay, buddy. A lot of very, grumpy people in this diner. And so I guess it's interesting that most of the people who are eating here who are upset seem to be workers, and they are workers who are men. So they're like fishermen, truckers, and I mean, cops are not workers, fuck cops. The weird lady kind of like feels like quite a stark contrast to that, and I don't know if obviously it's like hilarious to me that they just gave her a really exaggerated Canadian accent and called her weird lady, but also she's like really chipper in comparison, and she looks like, you know, of a different class position. So yeah, that is interesting, to be fair. I don't think I ever really like deeped that before, and I think that the cop is in a better mood when you speak to him, but you know, we don't talk to the police. Fuck the police. Yeah, and even like this guy is a dickhead and everything, but like the way that he was talking about like basically needing to be like drugged up and like in order to like work insane shifts and stuff. It's just interesting. It seems that like a lot of the clientele here are like male workers. That's interesting. Yeah, Justin and Trevor are not communicating their feelings well. Kind of feels like Let Me Mourn Over My Eggs is a strong potential kitchen cross stitch. Yes, it is. I love that. I would hang that up in my kitchen. The diet pill mention is interesting. They're essentially speed, right? Yeah, I think so. There's also like they allude to like a couple times that that Nathan is dealing drugs, right? But I think specifically including diet pills. I'm not like 100% sure how diet pills work and stuff, but like I know that people obviously use them as like an appetite suppressant, but I think that they might have stimulant effects as well. They give her tourist vibes. Oh, the weird lady. Yeah, she definitely has tourist vibes. And they have like tourist stuff back here as well, right? Very like small town tourist stuff, but okay, let's take a seat. It's Joyce. Now there's a lady we've got some complicated feelings about.
And there she is, a lovely young woman. How are you doing, Max?
Hi, Joyce. It's nice to see you again. You look the same.
Like I'm still a waitress at Two Whales after all these years.
No, like you still look pretty.
Nice save, kid. You're still smart. But not that smart. Now you get busted for smoking pot. I heard the whole sordid story from David. I'm sorry this was how you had to meet him. He's a good man, no matter what Chloe says.
Yeah, I'm sure. I don't even smoke, like, ever. It was almost an accident. Very stupid. I'm sorry.
It surprised me fierce. I was hoping you could be a good influence in her life now.
I will be. Promise. I know things were hard for you and Chloe. I feel bad I didn't call. Now my folks are in Seattle and I'm all alone at Blackwell. It's my karma.
You did the right thing. You moved forward with your life. I did after William passed on. Chloe chose to stay angry. Anyway, I hope we see more of you. Chloe needs an old friend again.
Joyce, I am so sorry about William. I have great memories of him.
I'm glad, Max. That was his gift to us. Wonderful memories. Even if Chloe doesn't understand yet.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like a lot of what I could say right now I've probably said before. Like, the fact that David, in this version of this, and this playthrough, like, he was, like, encroaching on Max as if he was gonna attack her, and then Chloe got in the way, right? So, you know, if I were Max in this situation, I'd be like, I mean, you can say that he's a good man all you want, but, like, he was, you know, gonna attack me, a teenage girl, and he has files on teenage girls in his basement, which I already know at this point, and also he talks to your daughter like shit, you know? And I know that we've just met for, like, the first time in 5 years, but, like, come on. And, like, yeah, the stuff with Chloe too. I know that we've been over this before, probably, but, like, you know, it's so, like, you know, something traumatic happening and then just being like, yeah, you just choose to move on from trauma. And, like, you did the right thing that, like, something traumatic happened to your friend and you never spoke to her again. You moved on with your... That was the right thing to do. No, it fucking wasn't. Come on, Joyce. Come on. Ridiculous. What have they done with Joyce's makeup? I feel like it's more obvious. Like, she had a little bit of, like, purple eyeshadow before, but it looks like it's like, clearer now, I guess. Chloe chose, can't speak today. Chloe chose to be traumatized, heart emoji, it's actually her fault, heart emoji. Yeah, exactly. She chose to be traumatized, and she's choosing to make everyone's life worse. That's how that works. Chloe... I want to say Chloe understands, but I'm interested in Chloe has changed.
Chloe must have changed a lot during that time.
Oh, she hit all the phases. Expulsion, running away, drugs, bad boys, tattoos.
Joyce's eyebrows are not looking good.
Now she's got to rebel against her stepfather.
I see why. I mean...
Do you? He's not as much of a hard ass as you think. But you did tell him you had a joint, right? You took that responsibility?
He was being, like, aggressive. Come on.
David scared me when he said he might have my scholarship taken away for that stupid joint.
Nobody's in trouble over a doobie, Max.
Well, can you accept responsibility for the fact that he threatened a teenager?
Chloe does push David, and it's not fair. He paid his dues in a war.
Oh my god.
He does care about her, along with all the students at Blackwell.
God. Bad boys, where? So true. Actually, I feel like, okay, I mean, I feel like we can probably talk about it more in episode 3, because there's, like, stuff that happens in episode 3 that, like, raises those questions. But, like, I feel like the conversation that we had about, Max last time and about reading Max as a lesbian was really interesting. But, like, I have seen... But that was the first time that I thought about that, but I have for sure seen people, like, arguing, like, either for Chloe as bisexual or Chloe as a lesbian, and I'd be really interested in hearing people's takes on that, because I feel like I kind of need to re-experience the game a little bit, because I'm not sure like, I feel like I had read Chloe as bisexual as well. But yeah, I'd be interested in talking about that as well. No.
He cares about Kate Marsh?
David mentioned her, but I stay out of his business. I won't patrol Blackwell, and he won't cook at the diner, you know?
Yesterday, I took a picture of him fighting with Kate. I thought you might know why.
Nice try, Nancy Drew. But next to you, there's only one student I'm worried about. And she's not even in school anymore. So, now let's get down to the nitty-gritty. What do you want to eat?
Yeah, I mean, Elliot, I guess. When has Chloe brought home a man? I think that, like, the only thing is, like, when there's, like, a point in episode 4 where she, like, expresses being attracted to Mr. Jefferson. And because she's definitely, like, been with boys before, and that's fine, but, like, I don't feel like Elliot really counts because she never really seemed like she was interested in Elliot. Like, ever, really. Like, yeah, I don't know. But, like, in this game, like, there's, like, the time that she's, like, expresses being attracted to Jefferson and kind of flirts with Jefferson, and then there's obviously, like, you can unlock dialogue options with her where she talks about, you know, how into Rachel she was. Yeah, so I feel like I always read her as bisexual. And I feel like it's different than with Max, because when Chloe is, like flirting with Jefferson and she's, like, acting, like, into him, it feels, like, different from the way that Max, you know, might say, like, oh, I really admire him and I have a crush on him, but she would never and never does, like, actually try to pursue that because of, like, the way that we talked about, you know, sometimes, like, for lesbians experiencing comphet, we, like, think that we, you know, have, like, a crush on a man, but, like, it's always a man who's, like, unattainable and never, like, a viable romantic option. And then when it's men who are viable romantic options, there's just no, like, feeling there, or there's, like, rejection or repulsion or, like, whatever. So it feels different for Max, whereas with Chloe it feels like, you know, she's genuinely, like, flirting and she's genuinely, like, she would go there. So I feel like Chloe would never flirt with anyone she wasn't interested in. Yeah, I think that too. And she might be bi, but more into women and or only knows terrible men. I mean, what men are there that aren't terrible? Sorry. While Max would you think that Max would flirt with people to people please? Oh, that's interesting. I feel like Max would be too awkward to flirt with anyone ever. Okay, I'm gonna be haram and have some bacon.
I was dreaming about your bacon omelet.
Yeah, Max is not flirty with anyone. I think she's just too awkward for that. Which is also realistic to the lesbian experience, I feel like. At least for me, and for many lesbians I talk to who are like, how flirt with girl and not seem creep.
The only thing that's changed on the menu are the prices.
Graffiti.
Nerd graffiti. Warren must have been here.
Ew. I don't want to sit where Warren sat.
No beer?
The lighthouse looks so mysterious. I wish I could stay in this moment forever. I guess I actually can now. But then it wouldn't be a moment.
That's probably, like, not to be pretentious, but that's probably one of my favorite lines in the game. I feel like it's just very simple but
This
effective.
is like fourth dimensional deja vu. I keep going back in time.
Rumbling from here, Max. Here, you'll love this.
I'm drooling like a baby.
We've had a little
Still
bit of
can't
a
believe you're a
glitch
woman.
there, I think. But
When I look at pictures of Chloe, speak of the devil.
the she. Ugh, love of my life.
And Chloe looking for a free meal. You put your whole damn college fund on your tab.
I'm treating Chloe for breakfast.
Are you atoning for yesterday?
Oh god, Mom, please do not give Max any shit for that. She apologized.
I know she did. Max is a good girl. Woman. She's 18 now.
Too old to get lectures from you or Sergeant Pepper.
Call him David if you don't want to be lectured. You only get one damn slice of bacon a day.
You guys are still the same. Another reason to blow this town. What is this shit on the jukebox?
I think it's interesting the implication that, like, there was always tension between Chloe and Joyce, like, even when William was around.
Let's talk about your superpower.
I don't have any explanation, and I can't explain why I saw that crazy fucking tornado.
Come on, that's just a daydream. I want proof you can rewind time.
This is all happening so fast.
We'll start slow. Right here, now.
I can tell you every single thing you have in your pockets.
You have X-ray vision, dude? I don't even know what's in my pockets. Let me see.
Love this scene. I just really like this scene.
Okay, Max. Impress me.
I love that Warren is apparently the only person in Arcadia Bay who knows maths. Yeah, it's almost as good as, like, earlier when Brooke is like, even meteorologists don't know what was up with that snow, but I bet that Warren does. A free meal from her own mother. I know, right? Like, imagine your own mother, like, being like that. Like, I mean, yeah, I mean, we know that mothers are not always perfect, but, like, yeah, just ridiculous. I don't know, I feel like the more I play this game, the less I like Joyce, actually, because, like, I still have, like, empathy for her, and I think that, like, I always will, and I think that that's important, but, like, the more I play this game, the less I like her, honestly. I just think that, like, I think she's kind of a bad mom, like, for real. Well, okay, I guess, like, saying things like X person is a bad mother is, like, not always, like, a super productive thing to say, but, like, I don't know. I think it really emphasizes that Joyce isn't that great at parenting. Yeah. Very gay culture. Sorry, I just accepted that Twitch tried to block gay again because Twitch is homophobic. She doesn't know how to... Hold on, my computer is acting up. I don't know if I'm still okay, but my laptop's acting up a little bit. She doesn't know how to communicate with her daughter. I feel like William was the only one who was, like, really proactively parenting her. I don't think her, but I hate her, but I think her choices are very crappy, and she is not a good parent. Yeah, I get that. Yeah, I think that that's, like, a really good way of putting it, of, like, she... Like, I feel like you can sympathize with someone and, like, not think that they're a bad person, but, like, think that they're not a great parent, if you know what I mean. Yeah, Joyce... Yeah. Yeah, I think that that's a really good way of putting it, Charlotte, because, like... I think that someone being a good parent, or like, or I guess more specifically, I think that saying that someone is not a very good parent is not saying that they're a bad person. Yeah. She's not a bad person, she just needs to do better. Yeah, I think that she is well-meaning, and like stuff near the end of the game definitely kind of shows, depending on your decision, that she's willing to try to be better, but yeah. And meeting the very changing needs of your child is difficult. Yeah. Yeah, I think that the relationship between Chloe and Joyce is like an interesting one, and I kind of sometimes feel like I would be interested to understand more in depth, like, because we kind of know obviously that Chloe had this like connection with her father, and like there's all this complicated stuff about like, you know, I feel like Before the Storm kind of deals with this stuff with William really well, because like, you know, there's this idea of him as like a perfect parent, and I feel like one of the most powerful scenes in Before the Storm for me is when, you know, they're having that conversation in the car, or like she's talking to him, or like his ghost, or, you know, herself, or whatever, like in the car, and, you know, he kind of says, you know, do you think that I ever lied to you, or do you think that I was like a perfect parent? And I know that I always kind of approach that interaction of saying, you know, I wish that you had been around long enough to see, you know, that you weren't a perfect person, and to see that you weren't a perfect parent. And I think that there's a lot of like complicated things to be said about like the fact that we don't always see parents as human beings, and we aren't encouraged to see parents as human beings, and equally that parents aren't really encouraged to see children as human beings that have like agency, and, you know, should be allowed to make their own decisions and live their own lives. And I think that there's like a lot to be said there. But when it comes to the relationship between Chloe and Joyce, I feel like beyond the stuff with David, I kind of, you know, want to understand more what's going on there, because there is this implication that there's always been a kind of tension, and, you know, even when William was around, so there's kind of an implication that they weren't the perfect family, but you just never really get like as much of that. She doesn't seem to want to understand Chloe's point of view. Yeah, for sure. But sorry, I just went on a whole other rant. Let's do this little mini game.
I don't know.
Do you have some kind of power or not? Okay, psychic girl. Let me show you what's actually in my pockets. That was beyond epic fail. You even made me want to believe you.
Okay, Max. Study every item carefully and don't forget anything.
Panda keychain. 7 cigarettes. 86 cents. 10:34 a.m. Let's go. Sorry, this is kind of funny.
So, this is me telling you what's inside your pockets.
Okay, Max. I'm hella ready.
Keys. Let's start with keys.
Your car keys.
Duh, way too easy. I need details. Describe my keychain.
Panda.
A cute robot panda keychain.
Not bad, Super Max. You do have that Irish luck, Caulfield. What else?
Money.
Some money.
Clearly I'm rich as fuck.
I do kind of love that Chloe has like a little panda keychain. I think that's really cute. 86 cents.
86 cents.
That's right, living large in Arcadia Bay. So that was cool. Show me more.
I'm pretty sure you have cigarettes on you.
Yes, you know I'm a smoker. But how many cigarettes?
7.
7 cigarettes.
A superpower that allows you to count cigarettes. Cool. Amazing. Something else in my pockets?
A parking ticket.
You know me well. But what is the exact time I was busted?
10:34 a.m.
Booyah! Max can tell time.
Boom! Boom, 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 boom! I've played this game way too much. This is my speed run of Life is Strange.
All over my neck.
Oh! Sorry, that was really unexpected, but that was... Did you just see the look on her face? That was so sweet.
Sure, Mom.
Oh. Because oh, guys, that was so sweet. What the hell?
Man, I'm hungry like the wolf.
Clearly.
I'm freaking out about what just happened. You have to show me more. Something way cooler so I will believe you without any doubt.
I will predict the future.
No way.
Now,
Sorry, that really like took me by surprise, but like
so you can dazzle Chloe with your
it was the fact that like I remember that scene really well and like the expressions in that scene, and I remember Max doing that little like look at Chloe, but the way that they changed her expression, like instead of it looking like a little like playful smirk, it was like I don't even know how to describe it. It was just like a look of love. It was just a look of deep affection for another person. And that just really, like, I felt that, like, in my stomach. Oh, that was so sweet. I feel like I could play this a million times and still forget all of that. Oh. Sorry, I'll rewind in a second, but that just really took me by surprise. I was like, oh, Max. She just loves her so much. Okay. Yeah, no. I really do have, like, a problem. I've played this game way too many times. Like, I wasn't even really paying attention just then, but I feel like I'm gonna be able to get this.
I'm going to predict 4 events that will happen in the next 30 seconds or so.
I will clip the, well, I guess I can't clip it necessarily, but I can do, like, a highlight thing. Later, and I will clip the expression for you, and I will also double check that I you know saw what I saw, but I really felt that. The trucker dropped his mug.
The trucker drops his mug, and Joyce rips him a new one.
So what happens next?
Alert on cop's radio and partner leaves.
The cop gets an emergency alert on his radio, and his partner in the car leaves without him.
Well, let's just see how this goes down.
Justin and Trevor fight, and Joyce stops them.
Justin and Trevor are fighting, and Joyce breaks it up.
This is getting good. Can't wait to see what happens.
And a cockroach crawls on the jukebox.
The jukebox goes crazy as a cockroach crawls on it.
Pretty bizarro, Max.
Come
well,
on.
Let's see if everything
Did I get it?
like you said.
Yeah, I got it! Oh, I know this stupid game so fucking well.
Did you break another cup?
Oh, way to go, Mom.
No refill for you.
Shh. Now I gotta take this call and leave my breakfast. Hey, where is my partner?
You called it. And he's off to go bust some skaters.
You're a dick.
Don't slap me, bitch. Take your fight club outside.
He started it.
I'm finishing it.
Trevor and Justin must be in love. You predicted a cockroach on the jukebox?
I pledge allegiance to Max and the power for which she stands.
This isn't a toy, Chloe. I do have to be careful how I use it.
Screw that! Of course it's a toy. The best toy ever? You can bang anyone with no strings attached, rewind time, and boom! It's like it never happened.
Grow up.
Maybe you made a move on me and I would never know.
Yes, that's what I did.
You can rewind time, Max. That's fucking insane. We have to play.
I don't have time.
You did not just say that. Check out
there
her
it
nose.
is.
Too much blow? Hey, are you okay?
Too much excitement. See what happens when we hook up again?
Then, let's go to one of my secret lairs and fully test your power. You need a sidekick to guide you.
Okay, girl.
Show me the way to Chloe's cave. I do really love that scene. I just feel like it's definitely one of my favorite like moments between Max and Chloe. I feel like it's up there. I mean, I think that episode 3 obviously has the like swimming pool moment and the bedroom moment, and I really love both of those in different ways as well. But I feel like the diner scene is like one of my tops. It's just really, I don't know like what it is about it. I just feel like that.
Your stomach is stocking up for winter.
I guess that like especially in episode 1, it's like they're meeting for the first time after 5 years, and like there's all of this stuff, and like I mean the camera moment's really lovely and stuff in episode 1, but I feel like this is probably the first time that kind of sense of like familiarity and like real, just like I don't know, like deep like love and familiarity and connection that they have, you know. Again, like obviously like, you know, while it feels obvious to me for a lot of reasons that there are like romantic like undertones to their relationship in that specific way when you know, you've known someone for a really long time, like you've been friends since you were kids, and you're like worried about like, you know, exploring those things because of like possibly ruining the friendship, or also experiencing for the first time, and like all of those complicated things, and like they have that specific kind of relationship. And but I just feel like it's the first scene where you really like they just it comes across so powerfully, that like familiarity that they have. Like these are two people that have known each other their whole lives, and even though they haven't seen each other for a really long time, they know each other like really well, and even though a lot's happened and a lot's changed, they're still the same people, and they still have that connection, and they still like have that familiarity, and they just like have this like, I don't know, like, you know, deep, like it's an intimacy, right? Like it's a certain kind of intimacy and familiarity. I think that's kind of what it is more than anything. It's not just love, and it's not just affection, and it's not just connection. It's that specific thing that really like palpably comes across at certain moments between them, and I feel like the diner scene is one of them where I just like feel that, and it's just really like it's just lovely. It's just really lovely. You know, even like you can have that kind of intimacy with like a best friend 100%, and like even if this wasn't romantic, I think that would be like it's still like an absolutely lovely like relationship that they have in that way. But I also feel like it's ridiculous to deny like in this specific relationship, I think it's ridiculous to deny the romantic undertones, but I also don't want to diminish that like you can have that kind of like intimate, meaningful, loving like relationship with another person in a non-romantic way as well. I just feel like in this specific instance it's so clear that that's what's going on.
Okay, Supergirl, let's go to my secret place. Don't even answer. We have places to go and people to do. Come on, before Mom starts some more shit. Let's bail.
It's Kate Marsh from Blackwell.
Big whoop. You don't call me once in 5 years, and now you're all over some biatch you see every day at school? I see how you roll. So go ahead, chat up Kate Marsh from Blackwell. I've got other people to hang out with too.
The way her first thought is that Max would make a move on her with the time travel gay. She's low-key really wishing for that. Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's really sweet and really, like, obvious, but I feel like, again, like, you know, when you're, like, in that place with someone, especially, like, in the specific kind of relationship they have and, like, the place that they're at in life, and you're kind of, like, testing the waters a bit, so you kind of, like, make a joke, or you kind of, like, make jokes about it, like, sorry, my laptop is threatening to restart right now, we don't want that. Yeah, so you kind of, like, make a joke about it. You're like, haha, wouldn't it be so funny if you made a move on me? I think that that's perfect. I think you get a sense of how they were as kids, too. Yeah, I think that that's one of the things that's so lovely. Like, there's such a, like, playfulness to it, and I guess that they're childhood friends at the end of the day. They left each other when they were like 13 or 14 years old, and they were still really young, and they knew each other as children, and that kind of like playfulness that their relationship has is really wonderful as well. And I think that that's a really good point. The childlike excitement and affection. Yeah, I feel like I've never really necessarily had people in my life that I knew when I was a child. So I've never had like this kind of relationship with someone. But I very much like, you know, like I understand certain aspects of it, I'd say, and I definitely know like other people who have had experiences like these. I've never had like a childhood best friend or something like that. But like, I don't know, there's just something like, you know, when you have the kind of relationship with someone where you can be like, I don't know, you feel like in touch with that part of yourself that's childlike and playful and excited and curious and adventurous, and there's just something like really wonderful about that. And I don't know if like this is also coming from me personally, from a place where I find it really difficult to be in touch with that part of myself for like a lot of reasons. I think it's just such a beautiful thing, and I think that it shows like a real like vulnerability that is kind of unparalleled. Like, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, done gushing over how much I love the relationship between these two characters. For now, we're not gonna answer Kate's call because that's opposite decisions and asshole move. I feel like this one's pretty clear, but feel free to drop in the chat if you want to make an argument for answer. But I feel like for chaos / asshole / opposite decisions mode, it's pretty clear that we're not answering the call, unfortunately.
Later, Mom.
Bye, Joyce.
Freedom!
I feel bad about Kate.
She'll survive you not taking that one call. Now follow me, young Squire Max, so we can seriously tap your power and rule the world.
I hope Kate doesn't get upset I didn't answer.
I forgot about that one line that like hits different when you know. Haha, what if we kissed and you were a time traveler? So true. Yeah. Well, let's go. Ah, look who it is. Let's get comfy, 'cause shit's about to go down. Okay. Alright. Sorry for the excessive wiggling. Might wiggle a bit more.
Wait up, Speedy. Dude, this is gonna be so cool.
Slow down. Wait for me to get your present.
You can just back time up. We'll have to test you now to make sure. Welcome to American Rust, my home away from hell.
Raw and rough. It suits you.
Max, do you know how awesome this is? I get my best friend back, and she's also super.
We don't know for how long.
Exactly why it's time to have fun.
David might be a douche, but you did steal his gun. Is everybody armed in Arcadia Bay now?
Only the ones who shouldn't be, like Step Dildo. Until now.
I'm not in the revolution yet, Che.
You are the revolution, Max. So we should figure out how to best use and abuse your power with a test.
Should be in the revolution.
Drink?
Yuck.
You are so cute. You haven't changed a bit. Okay, let's do this. Can you find 5 bottles while I prep the shooting range?
Bottles! No!
You can handle it. Now go find us 5 bottles, pretty please.
Always triggered by the bottles puzzle.
I have to find dirty-ass bottles while you chill? Not fair.
I have to prep the range, crybaby. And I've been tripping hard about where you got this rewind power.
From God? Or the gods? So, bow.
We can make the world bow. Are you ready for that?
Yeah, fuck yeah I am.
Oh yes. Once I figure out exactly how my power works. A god must doth know these things.
Amen. And while you build an empire, I'm there to keep you on the path of badassness. And fun.
Spin, rinse, and repeat. I'm just altering time and space. Oh yeah, and history. No biggie.
You already altered history by saving my life, smartass. Let's see what else you can do.
I mean, I obviously don't support, you know, creating an empire, but, not the bottles, war flashbacks. Alright. So, yeah, I feel like I vaguely remember where they all are, or might even specifically remember where they are, but I fully always have flashbacks the first time I played this, and I was just like, where the fuck are those stupid fucking bottles? It just took my entire life to find them. Okay, well, okay, I think you go up the hill to get on the boat, right?
Aw, poor thing. They left you here all alone.
Okay, yeah, I think I'll maybe avoid looking at a lot of the random stuff that she just makes thoughtful comments on, unless I feel like it's important. Unless I feel like it's like plot relevant or interesting to talk about, like in Rachel and Chloe's hideout. Because a lot of the stuff in the junkyard, she kind of just looks at it and has pretentious artsy thoughts about it. Okay, there's bottle number 1.
Hello, bottle number 1. 4 more to go.
Let's sit in silence.
Although this junkyard is a dive, I see why Chloe hangs here. She's a steampunk. It actually feels like Chloe and I are kids again. We're hiding out and plotting our future. Despite all the chaos and bullshit, I feel so giddy hanging out with her again. So happy. Like we've both gone back in time.
I don't know if she's a steampunk exactly, but it really like gets me when I replay this game, like how a lot of like shots during cutscenes and stuff, like that one just then, like frame Max, you know, as if she's being, you know, framed in a photo, or she's being watched. And because I think that obviously speaks to the themes of like photography and surveillance. Yeah, like that shot, right? Like she's being framed through the window, and it also kind of gives an impression of her being watched, and it's like beautiful but also really eerie. And there are a lot of shots like that throughout the game, and I just think it's, I don't know, I think it's really, obviously it's kind of scary, but it's just cool. Okay. Back down. So I think that there's one around the back in the campfire, which is one of the ones I always find more difficult to remember. Yeah, back here. So I'll get that before I forget about it. Take. Also, Jefferson has literally been here before, so it has like a memory in that way, like he was once there and will be there again. Ooh, creepy. But you're right, and I feel like, you know, obviously like that aspect of it is quite powerful, like the significance of like the things that have happened and will happen in the junkyard. In this specific context, in that specific shot. Hi, Chickpea. Hi. Do you have thoughts? Do you have feelings? But, what else was I gonna say? Hi. I was gonna say something else and I forgot. That's fine. Show as a cat has been redeemed twice. I'm sorry, Chickpea. You gotta do what you gotta do for your adoring fans. Oh, sit down. There you go. Come on, get comfy. Get comfy on my lap. Chickpea. Oh, Chickpea. Okay, there we go. There we go. Sorry. Can you guys see her? Yeah? Hi. She's not happy about she's not happy about it either. I kind of put you down in a bit of an uncomfortable position though, didn't I? She's a bit more comfy now, but I'll put her down. I'll put you down. Okay, I'll put you down now. She's really not happy about it. Okay. Sorry, Chickpea. Oh. Her affronted little face. Yeah. Listen, she has got to pay rent somehow. She lives here rent-free, so I feel like a little bit of emotional labor, a little bit of screen time is okay. Okay, Warren has texted us, unfortunately. Oh, they texted a bunch about time travel reading. She asked him about stuff to read on time travel, and then he was probably really annoying. I don't care. I don't really want to read it. Hit me up if you have other questions. I'll be in the TARDIS, blah, blah, blah. No worries about going ape with me. Thought it would be cool to take a road trip in the new wheels. I'll just drive in circles around town. So he's guilt tripping her for saying no to a date. I'm sorry, Warren. Hard week. I still owe you. Yes, you do. Let me know if you change your mind. Ugh. I hate it. I hate it so much. Ugh. Ah. I hate him. Oh no, whatever will I do? There we go. Okay, well, I know that one of the bottles is in Rachel and Chloe's hideout over here, I think.
That kind of hurts.
I feel like the photography and the surveillance thing and the way that those two themes are very like intertwined, and the two characters that those invoke immediately are Jefferson and David, really speaks to what I feel like this, you know, I don't want to, I guess, necessarily frame it as like what this game is trying to say, because I don't want to like project intentionality necessarily, but certainly in terms of what I guess the text, yeah, I don't want to project intentionality, but like what the text says, so like whether or not it was intentional, it feels like the text is kind of, you know, saying, it's definitely like saying something about patriarchy, about masculinity, about carcerality, and about violence, and how all of those things are like interconnected and stuff. And I don't think we necessarily talked about this in that way in the video that we've already done about disability, gender, and agency. Well, obviously, like, gendered power and agency are like really big themes in this game, but I feel like there's so much that could be kind of unpacked about like the way that like carceral, like a kind of masculine carceral power is like represented in that way, and that Jefferson's photography and David's surveillance are kind of like conflated as similar kinds of power. And obviously then you kind of have to contend with Max's position in that, because she can kind of perpetuate like power in that way as well, like if she decides to take the photo of Kate and like blah blah blah. And obviously, like, you know, if you know where the game kind of ultimately ends up in terms of stuff with Jefferson and David, it's interesting to think about that as well. But then of course there's kind of a dissonance as well, right, in terms of like what we talked about earlier with the decision with Kate and the way that the police are framed. And I think largely the way that the police are framed in this game is like not like very good. Like it's like it presents the option of going to the police and telling them about Kate's experience of sexual violence. It presents going to the police about Jefferson and like all of that as like as justice, and as you know, they'll believe you and they'll care for you and it's positive, and you know, the police are framed in that way, in like a really positive way. But then you kind of like, that exists at the same time as what the game, the really interesting stuff that this game does when it comes to like a certain like politics of like male power and carcerality that is represented through David's character, and the way that David's character kind of, you know, intersects with Jefferson's character and these broader themes, and the way that Max fits into it. And I feel like what the game is doing there is so interesting, and I feel like that's why photography is so interesting in this game. But equally, you know, then the police are kind of represented in these more positive lights, so it's interesting thinking about that kind of thing. Clearly, once they got to LIS2, they went full ACAB. I mean, there's even like a degree to which you can argue that LIS2 like doesn't necessarily go far enough. Like, I think that LIS2 is like all like this close to being full ACAB. Like, I think LIS2 is this close to being full ACAB, but it's not quite there yet. And because and for me, that's because there are these kind of moments of tension, like with Officer Matthews and with Officer Matthews in episode 5, and like the different endings of Life is Strange 2 and the way that the endings are framed, and a couple of other moments that I think, you know, like complicated a little bit. It goes way further ACAB than this game, but like both games like have a lot to say about like you know, carcerality and policing and that kind of violence, and how that's like a patriarchal violence, and how it's a racial violence, and how it's a class violence. But there's like there are these contradictions, and you know, there are these ways in which it doesn't necessarily like go the full mile. But yeah. Well, I mean, with True Colors and Tell Me Why, actually, they both have cop characters who are presented as not all bad. Yeah, and I feel like you could unpack a lot about well, I feel like Pike in True Colors is kind of like, I don't know, I don't necessarily like love the way that Pike is handled and the way that he's presented. I think that the way that Eddie is a pretty interesting character. It's been a while since I've played Tell Me Why, but like I feel like Eddie is really interesting specifically because of the whole like being an like Tlingit like native cop and stuff as well. And like I think again there's like a certain, like in both instances there's like a lot of like sympathy for the police, and like I don't fully agree with the framing, but I think that like the stuff with Eddie is pretty interesting. But I feel like I need to revisit Tell Me Why. I've still not played Life is Strange 2, to be fair. I've only seen about... Oh, okay, fair enough. Okay, well I don't necessarily want to give anything away, so I hope I haven't given away any spoilers. I mean, at some point me and Daz want to play it on the channel, and it will be Daz blind reacting, but we don't necessarily know when that's going to be. It's probably not going to be for like at least a few months. Like it would probably be later this year. But you don't have to wait around for that. If you want to play the game in your own time, I really, really recommend it. And Life is Strange 2 is often on sale because it's the least popular installment in the series. For reasons. It's often on sale, so I would watch out for that, and I often try and share that on my Instagram or Twitter if I see that it's on sale, because I think it's really, really, really worth it. I think it's so underrated amongst the series. But yeah, Eddie's very interesting, but I wish they'd interrogated that more. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, I think it's really yeah, it might be on Game Pass. It's definitely worth playing for oneself. Especially because I have a lot of thoughts and feelings about the way that different people approach choices in LAS2. And by different people, I mean... well, I mean a lot, but I also specifically mean that I've had conversations with, like, white people about the way that they played the game, or, like, I've played the game with white people and, like, you know, felt a real... Yeah. I don't know how to articulate it exactly, but like, it's clearly something that they have never experienced before, and that they have a lot of thoughts and projections and preconceptions about, and it's really interesting to watch that at play when you watch white people make decisions in Life is Strange 2, which I think is a huge part of the reason why the game is so unpopular, is because something, not necessarily being about them and being about decisions that they don't have to think about or make ever is something that makes a lot of white people really uncomfortable and triggers a lot of like fragility and guilt and stuff like that. And yeah, but anyway,
I don't want to intrude, but I was here.
You know what, I'm gonna intrude because I'm an asshole.
Now we're officially a trio.
Oh, that's totally fair. It needs a lot of emotional energy, so that's totally fine, especially if you're like having a hard time in general. No worries at all. You've got all the time in the world, man. There's no rush to play anything.
Intrude, but I was here.
Okay, so this is a Vortex
Rachel
Club
did
party
go to a
thing.
Vortex Club party. This flyer is dated right before she disappeared. I can't see Chloe playing with makeup. That kind of hurts. They really were besties. That could have been me instead of Rachel.
Oh, Max.
Now, what's up with this weird
I love how she says that, and yet Chloe does wear makeup. Does Chloe wear makeup?
Confused about it, maybe even ashamed. better not show this to Chloe.
Right, so I feel like we were talking about this the other day, Charlotte, but like this is the letter that like I think is about that could be about two different men. But anyway, see, you can't tell how much I want you to read this letter since I've been dragging my ass to give it to you. Maybe I just want you to find it when I'm not around so we never have to talk about it. And I don't want you to hate me. Where to start? I met somebody recently who's different from the lame Vortex Club snobs. I know you'll have a meltdown when I tell you and think he's gross, but I swear he's wise and unconventional. Kind of scary, not in a bad boy way. He's just experienced some serious shit. Yes, I'm kind of obsessed. I won't blame you for freaking. Maybe I know you're right and this has to be my secret. I hate not sharing this with you, except I know you'd give me that stink eye and grill me for every stupid detail. If I even told you that last night we hooked up near campus. So, oh, I think Chloe wears eyeliner for sure. Also, we see her with some in her room in the alternative timeline. Oh, fair enough. Yeah, I never really thought about her nose. Oh, hi, Chickpea. Hi, Chickpea. Yeah, I mean, for me, that letter, like, I think that, like, it could be about two different men, but I think specifically because of the, like, the implication about hooking up and knowing that, yeah, oh, baby. Thank you for blessing me with your present. And I guess that the implication about sex is what makes me inclined to, yeah, and the bad boy comment, makes it feel more like it would be about Frank, but oh, bottle, that's what I'm here for.
3 down, 2 more to go. Talk about finding a bottle in a haystack. I want to die. Jeez. Who wrote this?
Okay. Oh wait, let's get the mixtape comment.
Rachel songs. I wonder if Chloe would ever make me a mixtape.
I want to know what's on Rachel's songs, actually. And yeah, I do feel like Chloe would make you a mixtape, don't worry. Bottle!
1 more bottle to go.
I think that, like, I don't trust that Jefferson also didn't take advantage. I think that, like, you know, he did in a way, but I think it's really unlikely that he did in a sexual way because of his whole
I wonder how many
thing.
generations of fashion went through that washing machine.
Oh, look at that nice water effect. I don't remember if that was, this was here before necessarily, but that's a nice little water effect there. Okay, so I think that there's a photo of a bus that you can take here, somewhere around here. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. That's tiny. That was tiny. Could barely see that. Playlist idea. Yeah, I would love to... You know, I bet that people have made Spotify playlists, like, based on their idea of what Rachel songs would be.
No way. I totally remember going there when I was a kid. I loved the Hush Puppies. Now the sign is just Arcadia Bay junk.
Okay, just one left. And I think it's...
Wowzer. That looks exactly like the same dough from my tornado vision. That dough Photo is the perfect photo op.
Dang. Is it just me, or is that like... I can't tell if that's glitching out or if that was intentional. Like the dough was like doubling up and stuff. It's hard to tell if that was intentional or not. But actually, wait a second. Is there a bottle back here, or am I... Oh no. Is that... Oh no, it's just a stump to sit on. I'm gonna have to review in my mind which bottles I've
Where to find bottles? Maybe
collected.
in an old refrigerator. Are you allowed here? I always feel like the forest is whispering to me. Like Arcadia Bay is trying to tell me something. I just have to figure out the message.
Okay. Maybe I will make one. That would be really nice. I'd love to see rate your Rachel songs playlist if you make one, Charlotte. Yeah, I feel like I'm not sure what vibe to go for. Gay, obviously, but I'd be thinking like, okay, like what songs would Chloe pick for Rachel? You know, so I'd also be, I think I'd be thinking about like more indie rock and punk sorts of
This was an
vibes.
old school punk shirt. Where to find bottles?
Okay.
Maybe in an old refrigerator.
Oh, I just remembered where the last bottle is. I'm stupid. Okay. It is... It's there. Yeah, there it is. Phew! Guys, I was really worried. I was really worried there for a second that I was not gonna remember where they were. Alright, so, and then we get that little guy. And grab it.
Wow.
Yay! We did it.
To Captain Chloe.
Okay. I don't necessarily think that there's much more around here that I want to check out right now, because there's like a load of random shit that you can look at and stuff, but we've been to the hideout, we've got all the bottles, we've taken the photos, so I feel pretty good about moving on. For the Jefferson thing, I think it's tricky because he's telling his grand plan to Max specifically. I feel like in a particular way, despite the position she's in, he kind of wants to impress her because she is a good photographer, and in that way I wonder if he wants to make it seem like he didn't sleep with Rachel and that he had this some kind of overarching grand plan rather than it just being him just being a gross creep. Yeah, I mean, I think I see where you're coming from, but I also think that sometimes when people are, like, obsessive... like, I still think he's a gross creep. I think that even if there wasn't, like, an explicitly sexual element, like, he's still a gross creep, and what he did was still, like, exploit and take advantage of vulnerable young women and, you know, get off of having power over these women. But you know how sometimes dudes who are gross creeps, chickpeas weighing in, do have like a weird moral purity or sexual purity thing, right? Like there are some guys who are fully like, oh, like, well, because it comes back to that like whore Madonna thing, right? Like they'll, you know, think of women in a certain way, and then they'll think like of, like it's like a misogynistic way of like putting sexual purity and virginity on a pedestal. Like I think that, like, personally I feel convinced enough that he's like grossly obsessed with the idea of innocence enough that he wouldn't want it to have a sexual element. And I think part of the reason why I'm convinced by that is because of the interaction that you see him having with Victoria in episode 3, where he's so like repulsed by Victoria like explicitly making moves on him and stuff. And I feel like he's more drawn to, like, you know, Kate or Max because of the fact that they would never try to do that. And the way that he talks about Rachel or Chloe is like full of disgust because they have like sexual agency. And I think there's a lot about him that for me convinces me that like he might not have, like, the way that he violated these young girls was not necessarily of a sexual nature. That doesn't make it any, like, diminish in any way, like, how horrific it is. But I feel convinced enough by a lot of those elements that, like, he has, like, a weird obsession with sexual purity in that way. But, because, like, like Victoria or Chloe or Rachel, like, exercising sexual agency or like flirting or being confident and stuff is like so, like, he reacts to that with such disgust, and is so fascinated by like the Kate type or even like the Max type, who, you know, we talked about how Max would never like flirt with anyone really except for Chloe. And then, like, you know, when Jefferson has his whole thing in episode 5, he says these horrific things about Rachel, and like these horrific, like very sexually explicit things actually about like Chloe and Rachel, right? Like when he says, oh, like they're fucking in heaven and stuff like that. But anyway, fun stuff. Let's shoot some bottles.
Thanks, Max.
It's okay if you continue to disagree, but I'm just explaining like what I think like in the game is the reason why I feel convinced by it.
I'm serious about this. We're gonna shoot all these bottles without wasting a single bullet. Max, you have to help me aim. Show me the way, Max.
I need to see you shoot first.
Here we go.
Show me the...
Aim a bit to the right.
Sir, yes, sir. Oh, yes! Did you see that shit, Max?
Duh.
That was so fucking cool. Now for the second bottle. Now, Max, where do I aim?
You're on target. Pull the trigger.
Now, Max, where do I aim?
Aim slightly above.
Right between the eyes. Watch out, Nathan. Now that is fun. Let's pump up the volume and find me another target. I want to get creative here.
Oh, Chloe. Chloe.
Give me something to shoot, Max.
Let's take out this wheel rim on your left.
Taking out the wheel rim now? Hella yes!
Nice shooting, Tech.
Now that's what I'm talking about.
Satisfied?
Like never. So I want one more uber cool trick shot.
Also, he is very lesbophobic in that comment, so I feel like he would absolutely see queer behavior as impure.
Dude,
for sure, and Chloe and Rachel weren't exactly subtle. Yeah, I think that that's a really good point as well. I know which part of the car to shoot, but, you know, we're gonna watch this.
Jesus, I shot myself! Ugh, I shot myself! Back up! Back up!
Gun? Hold
obviously that's like kind of funny and it's framed in like a slightly comedic way, but it's also like objectively horrifying, especially when you take into account the stuff that we learn in like episode 4 onwards about like multiple timelines, and the fact that like there is a timeline in which that Chloe is just dead. Like, I feel like I don't know if I had a conversation with someone about this before, but like,
How about aiming for the Adios, spinning wheel of death.
like, I feel like the way that the game frames like multiple timelines and stuff is that like every time Max rewinds, it like is either creating a new timeline or jumping between timelines. So there is, she's just left one timeline for another one.
Now it's your turn to bust a cap.
But I'm not like 100% certain on how that works.
Max, your nose. Damn.
I don't feel so super.
But they kind of like imply that like she leaves other Maxes behind. Like that's what in the diner scene where the like evil version of Max is like talking to her in episode 5. She says, "Oh, I'm one of many Maxes you've left behind."
You freaked me out there. Do you feel any better now?
A little. Thanks for helping me. Just give me a minute.
Too much action for Arcadia?
Maybe not enough. This is kind of fun. Scary and stupid, but fun.
Let me know when you feel okay.
God, this
I read it
power
more
really messes
as
with my
jumping
head.
between.
Glad I feel normal again.
Yeah, I'm not like 100% sure like the logistics of it, and I feel like there's probably plenty of content on YouTube that makes theories about how time travel works exactly in this universe, but there's definitely the implication of like the game definitely tries to be like, oh, there are like all of these timelines and like various versions of Max like left and different. So like even so I guess that it's like there is a like every time she rewinds, whether it's jumping or creating a new one, but I guess because of like the nature of, I think jumping makes more sense as well, but she's just jumping into a different timeline and then leaving like a timeline where events will ensue and Chloe will die or go to the hospital or whatever in that moment, because there's no like rewinding there. Yeah.
Look at her. Chloe can even chill out playing with a gun.
Gay? Oh, there's a couple of photos I missed earlier, but that's fine. In episode 5, it's worth noting it is a dream, so it kind of feels more like it's about her insecurities about that.
I don't know.
Yeah, but...
Are you afraid of getting in trouble? Oh, boo-hoo, Max is afraid. I know you can handle this, and I'm here to guide you. Make me proud, sister.
I'll have to think more on it as we go through this playthrough.
Stelma and Louise. Or is it Bonnie and Clyde?
Excuse us, Frank.
Oh, sorry, Chloe. Don't let me get in the way of your bonding. I heard the gunshots and the breaking glass. It's cute that you're playing with guns. Just like me at your age.
We're not anything alike, man.
We both need money. In fact, you need it so bad, you owe me a shitload, don't you, Chloe? Huh?
You'll get your money.
Don't they all say that? You know, even when they're broke and acting tough? What are you hiding there, girlie? Let me see.
Where did you get that bracelet?
A friend, and it's none of your goddamn business. You're my business now.
That's
and
Rachel's bracelet. Why the fuck are you wearing her bracelet?
Calm yourself, alright? It was a gift.
No, it wasn't. You stole that shit. Give it to me right now, asshole.
You better step back before you regret it, girl. I mean it. You want me to cut you, bitch?
Please. Please, step back.
You're kidding. Put that down.
I honestly, like, again, like, there's a lot of room for empathy for Frank and blah blah blah. And, like, the game tries to get you to empathize with him and everything. But honestly, I think I just really don't like him. I feel like the details of timelines aren't necessarily the important bits of the plot. Oh, yeah, I agree. I do agree, but I also just kind of enjoy thinking about it. He's a groomer. Yeah, and I mean, like, look at the way that he, like, interacts with, like, teenage girls. Like, fucking weird, bro. Okay, so chaos. So I gotta shoot him, right? And, like, not take that back. Right? Chaos. Again, if we got arguments for the contrary, I'm happy to hear them, but this one feels cut and dry to me.
That is hilarious. Oh, man. I'll remember you, kid. I'll remember you almost shot me. And you'll wish I had no memory, because I never forget.
Also, I would 10 out of 10 shoot him in that moment.
You have until Friday to pay me. Don't ever pull crap like this again. It'll be the last time you do. Try bullets next time, brainiac.
There's, like, that random, dangerous, scary man with a weapon attacking my friend. I'd totally shoot him.
Sorry.
You were awesome. Thanks for standing up for me. Let's blow. My secret lair didn't feel secret today. At least Frank is gone. He won't fuck with us again. He just wants his money.
Jesus, I almost shot
He is
this
so
guy.
gross to teenage girls and feels so entitled to their time and space. Yeah, he's a creep. He is a creep. He's a weirdo.
Why did Frank have Rachel's bracelet?
What the hell is
We
he
need to talk
doing
about this
here?
later. I better follow Chloe now.
And why does he have a knife? There's nothing else, right? So I can just go follow Chloe.
Chloe's waiting to go for
I
a walk.
pity him, but that's it. Yeah,
We both
that's
need to
fair.
time out from here.
That's totally fair. Chickpea is sitting on the rug, like, off camera, and I can just, she's, like, out of sight, but I can just see her tail and her
believe you pulled a gun on
peats.
Frank. That was epic.
Little pink
felt
toe
awful.
beans.
I'm glad there was no bullets in
You
there.
can just rewind time in your hand and stick that barrel right up Frank's ass. You have the power.
You're gross. Don't fall.
I'm just glad you were here.
Me too. I think. Chloe, why the
Quick,
hell
someone
are you hanging
clip
around
what?
with scary losers like Frank? It's weird.
Let's
Oh,
take a
me
break and
singing. I totally forgot that I did that. Sorry.
Feels like a different world, huh? I wish we could stay forever.
Can we build another pirate fort and keep the world out?
We need a new secret hangout. At least Frank wouldn't find us. Are you okay, Max?
Frank?
Seriously, Chloe, this is scary.
Thank you for clipping that.
What if Frank tries to track us down?
I'm sorry. But Frank isn't as hardcore as he fronts. All he cares about is his cash, stash, and mangy dog.
Chloe, did you see what just happened? I almost shot him. I know I could rewind, but Chloe, this is not playtime. No more guns.
Max, I know. Crazy shit is the new normal for me. That's why I plan to leave Arcadia Bay without paying Frank off.
Now, tell me exactly what's going on between you and Frank. Does he have a last name?
Frank Bowers, he's just a dealer, where I get my weed. The one in your joint,
He's
remember?
just a dealer with
Anyway,
a whole
Frank and I
thing
kinda
for
cool.
teenage girls. Ugh.
Hung out. You don't mean you...
Ah, no, we didn't have sex. Gross, man. He never even tried. I just made the mistake of
Don't be
borrowing money
mean
so
about
Rachel and I could
Pompidou,
get
it's
out of
not
here.
his fault Frank
That's it?
sucks. Yeah, so true.
wanna know how
Pompidou
Frank
never
got
did
Rachel's
anything
bracelet.
wrong.
What do you think?
I don't know anymore. My brain is so fried from all this. I need a mental enema.
It's so weird talking to you about this insane crap. We haven't hung out this much since we were tweens, and it's like no time has passed. I wish Rachel was here to meet you.
Why?
Why? I bet she would hate me.
You're not that different. She has a great eye for images and for art. Plus, she's a smartass like you. We would all be hella best friends forever.
I know she must be as cool as you are. I have no doubt we'll meet soon.
Railroad tracks always make me feel better. I have no idea why.
Kerouac knew.
Do not invoke the name of Kerouac.
The sound of the train whistle at
Look
night.
at the beat poet here.
I'd rather be a good photographer.
You are. You just have to stop being afraid.
Perfect.
I feel like these couple sequences like are pretty impressive in the sense that like the visual effects, the sound, the controller vibration, and everything really like I don't know creates quite a powerful sense of like
What's that noise?
like having
Train.
like a headache and like having like a vision and like an episode like that Max has. Hello.
Max, you can't just yank Chloe out like a superhero. Move!
Okie dokie. Alright, so.
Come on, Max! Hurry!
I can't even move it an inch. Awesome, it's not locked.
Let's go get some scissors. I mean pliers. Oh, invisible wall.
Max!
I'm working on it.
Shit, I can't budge it at all.
Wait, no, I need the crowbar.
The train's coming!
I can definitely use this bad boy.
Okay, hold on, Chloe.
Ring! Max, please!
Oh, no, skip. Some rewinding. Crowbar.
Score.
Pliers.
Now I can pull a total MacGyver.
And down we go. I know there's another way to do this, but this is the one that I always remember how to do the easiest.
Max, please!
Almost there, Chloe. Okay.
Max, get me out of here!
I don't remember which wire it is, but
Now that's the right cable.
we're good. I got you. We're good.
Yes.
Record time. It's so funny because I remember like being so stressed out about that the first
You saved
time,
me again.
and now it's just like
Crazy.
not stressful at all because I know
Totally
exactly
bummed
what
for
to do.
Damn. That was close.
Aren't you glad I took you away to a nice, quiet, desolate spot?
It was cool to spend time in your lair, but I have to get back to school before my next class.
Since you're the mysterious superhero, I'll be your faithful chauffeur and companion.
My powers might not last, Chloe.
That's okay. We will. Forever.
Respectfully, would you not get off the train track after that happened? Like, gorgeous, beautiful moment. However, you could just walk just to the side of the train track. That's all I'm saying. You know, and I don't think that you'd
Thanks
really
for,
sacrifice the beauty of
right
that
on time for an art
moment.
lesson. Thanks for coming with me. Sorry to be so boring.
Nothing exciting ever happens to us, right?
Listen, your rewind power has to be connected to that snow yesterday. That might explain your tornado vision.
LOL, yeah, I was so stressed even though I could time travel. Yeah, it was really stressful, and it does a really good job of making you panic. Yeah, I just feel like at this point of like knowing exactly how to do it, like I'm not like panicked anymore, but it is a really like, the sequence is really good. I think it does a really good job of what it aims to. They gotta stay on for the vibes. Yeah, I mean, obviously gay aesthetics first, safety second, right?
Explain what? Snow equals a ginormous twister that takes out Arcadia Bay? You're high.
Wake up, Max. You saved my life twice now. You altered the course of my destiny, yours, and whoever. Do you know about chaos theory?
What do you know about chaos theory, Miss I Hate Math?
5 years ago, asswipe. Some people change. And your situation is the perfect storm for quantum physics.
Why me? I'm just a geek girl in some small town.
A perfect example of strange attractors? How'd they teach you kids anything at Blackwell? We have a tornado, rewind power, and freak snow. Hello, Armageddon. So let's party with your power, Rockstar!
Like he said, Professor Price, a superhero needs a sidekick.
How can it be such a shitty week and yet one of the best of my life?
Because we're back in action again.
Okay, guys, so shit's about to go down, so let's all collectively get ready for that. Chloe is the other person other than Warren who knows science in Arcadia Bay. Chloe and Warren are the two people who know science. Everybody else is gay. Yeah, I feel like knowing science is kind of a point against you, Chloe. Sorry. And I know that there are people in the chat who are going to say that you can be gay and know science, but I don't agree with you.
I can do some wonders.
Chloe low-key smart as hell. Oh yeah, for sure. I think she definitely is.
Like I would miss it. I have the sweetest outfit.
I think Chloe is really intelligent, but I think there's a lot to be said for the fact that, like, because of the way that, because of, like, the society we live in and how, like, intelligence or what, like, whatever is perceived of and how it's, like, measured in certain ways and stuff like that, I feel like there's such a tendency to overlook the intelligence of, like, certain people, and there's dimensions of that are based on, like, gender, race, class, and disability. And I think Chloe's a good example of that, because I think that, you know, because of her class position and because of her like disability and her gender and her entire, like, situation where, like, because of all of those things, like, she doesn't succeed well in school, and her personality is, like, anti-authoritarian, and she doesn't, like, agree with school and, like, stuff like that. So, you know, there's not just the, like, power dynamic, but there's also the fact that she's, like, explicitly, like, opposed to, like, the institution and stuff, and that she doesn't succeed in the institution, and she has no desire to succeed in the institution. It's not that she's not capable of it, but she has no desire to, because she rejects it and everything that it stands for. And I think that there's, like, a real tendency to underestimate the intelligence of people who don't succeed in the school system, because, like, we are, you know, we're so taught and so conditioned to measure intelligence in that way. But, like, I mean, on the flip side, like, you meet people who do, like, incredibly well at school or university or whatever, but, like, are frankly just boring. Boring, and, you know, the way that they think about things might be, you know, very like rigid or very inflexible or very close-minded. So I think that the way that we think about intelligence is obviously like very much shaped by the structures of power that we live in, and people like Chloe have like a kind of intelligence that's really overlooked in the world that we live in. Sorry, I don't see you. I don't see you, Evelyn. Chloe isn't a school smarts kind of person, but she is smart. Yeah, for sure. Also, standardized testing just generally sucks as a metric. Yep. She doesn't get on with the institution side of it, and often it's a measure of just how good you are at tests, at least to an extent. Yeah, I mean, like, I was talking to someone just about that the other day, of like, you know, I think that the way that they measure or test like literature in schools is so bullshit, because like, what is the point of having closed book tests? It doesn't actually like measure or test anything about your ability to write good literary analysis. Like, what it tests is your ability to remember quotes from a book. But like, if I'm going to create literary analysis, I have no need to memorize quotes from a book. I can have the book in front of me, I can have the film in front of me, like all of these things. And you waste so much time on like memorizing quotes or memorizing like scenes from the text or whatever, that like the time that you could actually spend on like learning skills of how to produce good literary analysis goes completely wasted on useless, like, you know, skills, memorizing quotes. Like, what's the point of that? It doesn't really measure anything at all. So yeah, and obviously, like, you know, in the society that we live in, it's all about like success. Well, it's all framed by capitalism, right? Because it's like a pipeline into employment. So it's not actually about genuinely encouraging critical thought or engagement or anything like that from children or young adults, like, at all. It's just about shoving them into an employment pipeline. So yeah. Hi, dickhead.
Hello, Zach.
Sup, Max? It's weird to not see you without your camera.
I'm always taking pictures with my eyes.
I bet. As long as you don't talk to everybody about all that shit with the sext in Victoria.
It's over. Just another Blackwell mini drama.
You mean stupid shit. Man, I just don't get Victoria. Like, what does she want?
Probably for all of us to talk about her. Like now.
Then let's not. You're pretty smart, Max. See you at the game Friday.
Cha, you're pretty smart, Max.
Blackwell sure takes its swimming seriously. But otters are cute. Go otters.
And most of the otters are girls, so
look at these trophies.
That's pretty gay of you, Max.
Gotta give it up for those Bigfoots. They do stomp.
The Bigfoots, on the other hand.
You can really learn a lot about a school by the weird shit posted on the boards.
Best singer ever in Oregon looking for best guitarist ever to form a kick-ass band to take over the world. And I think they say like 10 times that their inspiration are the Ramones.
Seriously.
Oh, I'm pretty sure that this is the character model that like people in 2015 thought was secretly Rachel Amber, which I think is so funny.
Hey, Courtney. Ciao, Max. No photos, please. I have to come up with a guest list for a Vortex Club soiree. Really? Oh, like you care.
It sucks that Montessori schools are always private, because I feel like that learning style would really suit Chloe. What is a Montessori school? I don't think I've heard of that before. Tell us more. And most of us would benefit from that learning style. To be honest, I feel like, especially in that very capitalist context, there is a certain tendency towards trying to measure things about people numerically, which is just reductive. Yeah, 100%. 100%. I don't care, Courtney.
You're right. I don't. Making my guest list easier. Ciao.
Bye, bitch.
Trevor surveys his domain.
Max, can we talk?
No.
I know things got a little heated yesterday in Chloe's room. Was that really your reefer?
Yes.
Yes, it was. You know that marijuana is almost legal in Oregon. I can get it at Blackwell. Are you gonna bust me now, Mr. Madsen?
Even I'm not that much of an asshole. And I am sorry about yesterday. I was wrong, but upset. Cannabis is not a big deal to you, but it has been to Chloe.
You're a combat veteran. She's no threat to you.
If I didn't care about her, I wouldn't care at all. When I was her age, I was out raising a lot more hell. She's better than that. All you kids are. So is Kate Marsh.
But you treat Kate pretty bad.
I shouldn't have said anything. You know about that video going around.
Is that why you hassled Kate yesterday? I took a photo of that moment for surveillance sake.
Soldier, you don't have the facts. You think I'm a hypocrite because I want cameras around here for the safety of the students?
Yes.
That'll take more than surveillance cameras.
It will take
Chickpea
more
agrees.
than Ms. Grant and her petition to find missing students.
Isn't that your responsibility
Meow.
as head of security? Unless you know something about Rachel Amber that nobody else does.
I don't want to fight with you anymore. I don't want to fight with anyone anymore. That's all, Max.
The Montessori method of education is a system of education for children that seeks to develop natural interests and activities rather than use formal teaching methods. It was developed by physician Maria Montessori. It emphasizes independence and it views children as naturally eager for knowledge and capable of initiating learning in a sufficiently supportive and well-prepared learning environment. I mean, that sounds great. Yeah, we are playing. I felt like I wanted to play that as like a gutsy Max because we're playing Max as like kind of a like. Well, like kind of an asshole and stuff like that, but also like I don't know, just kind of like I don't give a shit about anything a little bit. You know, it's interesting like trying to play her in that way. Actually, I feel like it's already an interesting experience because like there are certain times in which she like says or does things about like caring, and I guess that like there's a degree or like there's times when the game limits like your choices and dialogue options in a certain way, and it kind of lends itself to, you know, different interpretations of like, oh, could she be, you know, lying or being manipulative, or is she a hypocrite, or like, yeah. It's pretty interesting thinking about that.
Always using the phone as a shield to
Hold
avoid
on. Chickpea wants something. Here you go. Here you go, little baby.
Juliet is laying the smackdown on Zachary.
Hello, Ms. Grant.
Hi, Miss Grant.
Funny, I was just thinking about you, Max. It's too bad you didn't sign the petition. Every signature counts, and yours might be the one that decided.
Well, yes, as a school system, it's good. It's just only accessible for the rich. Love that. I went to a Montessori nursery because my parents had the money, and it was a really good experience from memory, and I think it really shaped my values. Well, it's really nice. I'm glad that that was something that was like possible and that you had a good experience. But it is a shame to hear that that's something that's not accessible to a lot of people.
How's your campaign going?
It's missing somebody who should care. But no finger pointing here, Max. More people would rather.
It sounds an awful lot like finger pointing to me.
That's how they keep us all distracted. Nobody will notice cameras on every square foot.
Some of us want to use our cameras for good.
But people like David Madsen want to use them to spy.
Jeez, I'm not like him, Miss Grant.
I know, Max. The trick is to make sure
Hi.
Blackwell Academy does not end up like him.
I'm just thinking about all the autumn photos I want to take.
Oh, this is my favorite time of year. I do love the season change. This whole campus is a visual delight. I know Mr. Jefferson used to shoot around here.
Show us a cat. Okay, I'll grow up her in just a second. It's very unattainable for most people, and they would never input those methods into public schools. Yeah, I can definitely see that. I would like to add that I went to unpaid schools. My parents were just both getting high wages when I was very. It's okay. You don't need to justify that. Don't worry. Chickpea has opinions. Yes, she does. Yes, she does. Oh, Chickpea. Oh, Chickpea. There we go. Gamer grill. Oh, I'll put you down in a second. Gamer grill. Bup, bup, bup. Oh, okay, she really doesn't like that. Oh, you're really screamy today. You know that? Oh my gosh. She is kicking off. I don't feel like she's ever been that screamy about it before. Chickpea has opinions about petitions as a method of campaigning. Yeah, she does. She just made them very known.
You must know Mr. Jefferson pretty well by now.
I certainly know him as a talented
Chickpea is raging against the machine. The machine is the PS5.
But he's made a bigger mark. I have to say, it's not quite autumn enough yet.
I can't wait for fall either. It's all about the atmosphere.
You're the artist and I'm the scientist. Like yin and yang.
I'm sorry, Miss Grant, but I have to.
I barely paid attention to that conversation, sorry. Too distracted by Chickpea and
Miss Grant
everything.
is so cool and smart. She defines the word teacher.
Hey, Brooke.
Howdy, Brooke.
Hi, Max. Making your daily rounds?
How was your drone?
Miss Grant busted me flying it over the parking lot. She's all jacked up about surveillance bullshit. Like I was spying on Warren's new car.
You already planted a GPS on him?
I borrowed the one he has on you.
I hate to hit and run, but
don't let me
I feel like that's really interesting as well, right? Obviously it's like kind of creepy, but it's interesting that they make that joke because like surveillance is such a theme, and obviously it goes to a really dark place in this game, but the fact that they make like a joke of like, you know, Brooke having a crush on Warren and having GPS on him, and then like, oh, I borrowed the one that he has on you because he has a crush on you, like, and like that obviously has like quite a disturbing like dimension to it, especially considering what like happens later in the game. I don't know. Warren has a GPS on Max. I feel like they're joking, but like he could, right? Like when she said it, I was like, for real? Like he could. I would believe it. He is a creep. Yeah, he would he would do that. And I feel like Brooke would do it too, right? Because she's kind of, you know, she's like that.
bring me the brain, Igor.
I'm gonna talk to him, but I'm not gonna help him.
Hey, Warren. Are you okay? You look thoughtful yet confused.
Maxwell Silver Hammer. Perfect timing. I need help with this chemical experiment.
Asking me for help means you're screwed.
Have to add either a bit of potassium or sodium. It's up to you to decide, Dr. Max.
I don't know.
Warren, this seems kind of dangerous. You might as well flip a switch, Frankenstein.
I'm the only mad scientist without a faithful Igor. I'll choose using the scientific method. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo.
Isn't he supposed to be the one who, like, knows science? I mean, they make, like, a whole thing about him, like, knowing science, and then... Yeah, I'm just gonna leave it at that. Mess up his experiment. Yeah, I feel like that's the way to mess up his experiment, is to just not rewind and find out the answer, so...
Like, so you can't help me?
This martyr crap. I'm trying, but you have to understand my position.
Why? You don't understand mine. Nobody does.
Okay, well, we didn't hear all of that, but I know that, like, if you stand, like, far enough away, unfortunately I walked into it too quickly, you can hear a lot of that conversation, but I did hear him say knock off that martyr crap, so that's fun.
I bet Mr. Jefferson has had to deal with a lot of troubled students.
You could say that.
Sorry to bother you, Mr. Jefferson.
I'm only bothered when you avoid...
He's the only one who knows science in all of Arcadia Bay, and he didn't know whether it was potassium or sodium.
I'm worried about Kate Marsh.
You're not the only one. Do you have something you want to tell me?
His eyes looked really big there for a second.
Not exactly. Never mind. Sorry. I have to go and work on my photo.
You can talk to me anytime. And Max, can I talk to you about Kate? I assume you know about this viral video?
Everybody knows. That's why I wanted to see you. Kate is being humiliated daily.
What if Kate brought this on herself? She means well, but maybe she doth protest too much. She seems like she's holding back the truth. Have you talked to her?
He's defo in the top 5 video game men that I hate the most. Yeah, he is, and that's, like, impressive, right? Because that's a high bar. Like, that's a high bar, and he's up there, he's above it. So, yeah, ew and fuck off is right. No, we didn't talk to Kate, but I'm not gonna tell you that I missed her call.
No. I just don't want Kate Marsh to be the next Rachel Amber.
Rachel Amber?
You know exactly. You know exactly what she has to do with Kate.
It's hard not to think of her.
Rachel was nothing like Kate. Principal Wells said you had something on your mind you wouldn't tell him. You care to share?
But I just deeped that he is telling the truth, at least from his perspective, when he says that Rachel was nothing like Kate. Because from his perspective, the stuff with Kate and with all of those other girls is like this perfect, like, you know, his perfect, like, artistic, like, vision. And then what happened with Rachel is, like, A, she wasn't like the other girls, and B, it was Nathan's whole thing and, like, Nathan's fuck up in his mind. But, like, yeah, the whole thing of, like, oh, like, Rachel wasn't like the other girls because Rachel was like a slut or, like, whatever, like, you know, misogynistic, like, crap that he has to say about it. And then also, like, you know, Rachel was not like the other girls because, like, you know, Nathan thought that he could, you know, have, you know, match my artistic vision of what I do with all of these other girls, but he just couldn't. So there's actually, like, when he says Rachel has nothing to do with Kate, or Rachel and Kate are not anything alike, like, for him there's truth in that. Not now.
Not right now. I'll tell you everything as soon as I figure it out.
I'd like to believe that, Max. It just seems like there's a lot of drama around you this week.
Listen, should I...
Excuse me, Max. Hello? Yes? Hold on. I have to take this, so just go into class and I'll be there soon.
Well, there's about to be some more drama. That's true. That's correct. who you are responsible for. Wait, no, I need to go back. Like, there's a lot of video game men I hate, come to think of it. He's top 3. Yeah, it's a high fucking bar, right? So it's pretty impressive for him to be up there. Also such a fucked up way to talk about a teenager who you are responsible for. Yeah, totally horrible and disgusting in a lot of ways. Wow, there's just so much adult men partaking in disgusting and horrible behavior towards teenage girls in this game, isn't there?
Dana, you are out of control.
That's a great sketch of Dana. Daniel is the real deal.
Turn left, then right. Show me the love.
Alyssa really lives for her classes.
Not now, Max. I'm contemplating shit.
I love that for her. Resolution Revolution trophy earned.
Dana is ready for her 15 minutes of fame.
No time to talk, Max. Posing in progress.
Lol. What a ridiculous, like, place to shoot these photos, though, because, like, the background is just gonna be, like, anyway,
Like he gives a
whatever. Dana deserves a better photo shoot is what I'm saying.
Max is such a little...
I should have told the principal about Nathan and the gun just for life insurance.
Here comes the mysterious Max, disguised as a pixie hipster.
Or paparazzi. I want that photo whore, or I get nasty.
Too late.
Meow! Bring out the claws. I love seeing chicks fight.
Can I sit down, please?
I don't know. Can you?
Let her have the desk. That's all she's got.
Assholes.
Yeah, I feel like Nathan and Victoria have been remastered. You know, like they both looked pretty good there, but also this horrific photo.
That was amazing when Mr. Jefferson took a class picture the first week. Even though I didn't want to be in the picture at all, it was fairly fucking cool to watch him at work framing us.
Like, she says that, but like that photo is like shit, if you ask me. Anyway, let's sit for class. Oh. Like, given what the other 2 in the top 3 did, he's really fucked up to be there with them. Oh, I'm pretty curious about that now. I'm realizing the common theme with them is mostly just a vibe of thinking they're just better than everyone else, actually. Like most men, right? I think the themes of surveillance are very interesting in relation to art as well, because everyone is literally taught to feel entitled to people's bodies. Like in photography class, we were literally encouraged to take pictures of people without their permission. Oh, that's horrible.
What up, Max?
Actually, it's really interesting you should say that. I have some thoughts about that.
Kate has a lot on her plate.
I know what you're saying.
I don't remember if I talked about this in the playthrough that me and Daz did. Like, I think that I went on like a whole spiel about Jefferson's like intro speech and about Diane Arbus. Sorry, I'm just pausing quickly because I know that things are about to escalate quite quickly and there's not going to be room to like have choices for a second. But like, the way that Diane Arbus specifically is spoken about in the intro lecture scene is really interesting to me, because obviously like Jefferson talks about framing people in a moment of desperation, and his entire thing about his artistic vision is about framing, taking photos of people without their consent, like to the very extreme extent of drugging people and taking photos without their consent, which is obviously horrific. But I personally find that really interesting because, like, Victoria has this really reductive take of, like, Diane Arbus's body of work as, like, oh, like, you know, her work is about, like, pain and suffering, and, like, you can see all the pain in the eyes of all those sad mothers and children, is what she says. And, like I just don't see her work in that way at all. And if anything, I think that her work is a really interesting point of contrast to Jefferson and kind of what you're talking about, because like Diane Arbus's work, which was mostly like she was famous up until the 60s, to her death in the 60s, and her work is very famous because like she took portraits of people who, I mean, there's this really like quite difficult language about her work that was used at the time when she was famous. So like people would describe her work as photographing like deviants or whatever. Basically she photographed like queer, trans and disabled people mostly, but she also kind of took interesting portraits of like children and parents where she kind of played around with like staging and clothing in interesting ways. But the really interesting thing about her entire body of work is that she took portraits of all of these people that are not candid portraits, so they are all portraits in which like the subject is like looking into the camera. And like I feel like when I look at her work, and I think it's especially like interesting in the context of the fact that like she about the like the people that she chose to photograph, like when you look at her photos, there's such a sense of this kind of like I don't know, it like reciprocal and consenting relationship between the subject and the photographer that really comes across in those photos, that is like really powerful to me and really powerful to look at. So like, you know, there are so many, you know, instances that you could think of and ways that you could think of photography like feeling very objectifying of trans or disabled bodies, but like Diane Arbus's work does not feel like that to me in any way, shape or form, and it's like really powerful because of that, like that feeling of the subject gazing back at the photographer. Like it feels like when you look at her photos, the person in the photo is looking back at her and like back at you, like as much as you're gazing upon them, and that's like a really powerful effect personally. But anyway, like it's really interesting that they talk about her in that first scene of this game, and that they talk about her in that kind of like reductive way, because I think that like when you actually like experience her body of work in that way and you contrast that to the whole plot line and the whole thing with Jefferson, right, where his whole thing is literally like to photograph subjects against their consent in this like especially horrific way, and to take their autonomy and their agency from them and to photograph them in a position of like complete like powerlessness. Like it's so like horrific to even like think about, but like that's such a deep contrast to me. And I think that thinking about like power and gender and photography in that way, and contrasting like Jefferson's character and the way that he thinks about photography and art to like the person that he references, like in a very like, I feel like you can miss that really easily. And I think that the only reason that I like have this whole rant to even go on is because of hyperfixating on this game and like learning about a lot of the photographers that they mention, and like going through like a whole thing where I hyperfixated on that. So that's the whole reason why I even kind of like went and explored Diane Arbus's work, which I like fell in love with. But I feel like that's so easy to miss because they kind of like pass over it in that first lecture, and but like it's actually a really interesting point of contrast to me. Yeah, sorry, that was a really long rant, but let's catch up with the chat. Mark definitely acts like he's above others. Yeah, for sure. I only ever did staged photography of people in school. I never took photography in school. I feel like that must have been a really interesting experience. Yeah, I think that the theme of surveillance and seeing that in that way is really interesting, Charlotte. So thank you for bringing that up. Okay, I'm gonna play the rest of this.
I see all the usual suspects here. Anybody seen Kate Marsh?
I think everybody has seen Kate Marsh by now.
She's not feeling good.
Sounds like you're giggling about a video gone viral. Maybe it involves a student or a friend? I wonder how it would feel to have false images of yourself shot out all over the world for people to judge.
Max the boss with a gun, marry me, illegal in Oregon for now, fuck that shit, elope. Oh, this Two-Face. Yeah, it's so interesting that he's saying all of this right now, right? I mean, obviously he's trying to like come across as like the sympathetic teacher when he's, you know, he's the one who did this to Kate.
In the end,
but also like again that he's talking about like watching. Well, obviously like he's not responsible directly for the video, but he's talking about like looking at images and videos of people that are taken without their consent and misconstrued, and how how much of a violation that must feel like when he literally like does that to people.
The shadow play that gives photography such visual power. It's basic yin and yang. Black and white images are effective precisely.
Reminds me a lot of actual people I knew. God, I hate his lesson structure. No one is going to learn that way. He's just lecturing about random shit. Yeah, I feel like he is also kind of doing that thing that a lot of teachers did, that like you know when like, I don't know, something happened or someone was being or something, and like a teacher would start a lesson and like try and fit in like shoehorn in a lecture about some drama that was going on at school that got out of hand and was like moralizing to you, and it was just like weird. Yeah, he's just enjoying the power trip for sure. I mean, obviously like what he does is like incredibly extreme and stuff, but yeah, you're right. I mean, he reminds me of like people I've met for sure. There's definitely specific people he reminds me of, but just like not because of the specific things that he's done, but the way that he sees himself and he sees the world around him, and he relates to other people, of like thinking he's better than everyone else and being on this moral high horse and being a hypocrite and all of that kind of stuff.
Kate! No! She can't die. She can't. Not
Shit.
again. Not now. I have to try something. I won't be able to rewind again and again.
Maybe a little, like, you can see a little crease in her nose when she scrunches up her nose now.
Keep going, Max. You can do it.
Again, I do really love this like lens flare distortion effect. It's just like another nice like visual, like, yeah, callback to photography that we love to see. Okay, guys, here we go.
Yes.
What are you doing here, Max? Stop! Don't come near me!
Not now. It won't work. I don't have any power. Now I have to do this by myself.
Did you come to get another Pulitzer shot like yesterday, Max?
Okay, alright, y'all. So, obviously, we are here. We've reached this point. I would like to, I guess, chat a bit about how to approach this, because obviously this is really difficult, and I found it difficult enough earlier, kind of like having that conversation with her in her bedroom and like victim blaming her. I feel like I know broadly what the right answers are and the wrong answers are, and I feel like I can probably, you know, lead to the results that are, you know, the path for Kate that I haven't seen before, haven't experienced before properly. But I don't know. I guess I just have to do what I have to do. I guess I'm just feeling some type of way about it, and it's like hard. I guess that like it's probably pretty clear what the asshole decisions are, right? So support your decision to do the different choice. Thanks. I've just never been able to like play this game properly and like have the other ending for Kate, I guess, because I usually just find that too difficult. So I think that I have done it because I didn't know the right answers. I think we just gotta get through this, guys. So I think I'm just gonna try and get through it. Would I play it this way by myself? I think I'd probably I probably would not be able to do this by myself. Like, I don't think I'd be able to experience this by myself for sure. So I feel like this feels like an opportunity to experience that, and I feel like, you know, even with some of the decisions earlier, it felt like a bit easier to get through because of not being on my own, because of like playing this with you guys and stuff. So yeah, I don't even really know what I'm saying at this point. I guess that this is just hard. But I'm gonna I know how to be insensitive, so let's just, I might be a bit quiet and just kind of try and get through this as quickly as possible. It's going to be difficult to watch and difficult to sit through, so I'm sorry in advance, but thank you for being here while I do this.
I've been bullied too, Kate. And even when I got picked on, I stood up for myself.
I know you only stand up for yourself. That's why you let David get in my face, like everybody here.
That's not true. People want to help you.
Yes, they want to help kill me. And they can get their wish.
Kate, your life is still yours. And we can get through this together. Let me help.
You are such a liar. You wanted to help by ignoring my phone call?
I thought it was Warren. He's been blowing up my phone ever since I gave him my number.
So obviously you're all good with ignoring your friends, like me. So who cares if Kate lives or dies? No, Kate!
Well, it happened really quickly because I fucked up so bad. Because I've been such a huge jerk to her this entire episode, so yeah. I guess I thought that was going to take longer, so at least
for any of us.
It's something that it didn't take very long.
Miss Marsh, before she did what she did. Officer Barry will be taking notes for the official police inquiry.
Right.
I'm sure you'll give him your full cooperation.
Such a tragedy.
But there must be a reason for everything. We need to find out why Kate Marsh would be driven to such desperate action. As principal of Blackwell Academy, I take my duties seriously. I take the well-being of every student more seriously. What happened today should never happen.
Right, so there's a cop here,
Mr.
which there isn't in the other version of
As our head of security here, those roof doors should always be locked. That's just standard operating procedure. They were not, and that is indeed your responsibility. Mr. Jefferson, I know you can't be expected to know what your students are going through, but Kate has assisted you in class, so you should
yeah,
have
fuck
known
off,
something
dude, is
was
right.
amiss.
Principal Wells is also the worst.
Mr. Prescott,
There's
since
such
you were
a
responsible for the Vortex Club parties,
such
and
a
since Miss Marsh did attend
variety
your
of
last
terrible men
you'll
to
have
choose
answer
from in
some
this
more
game.
questions. Miss Caulfield, why exactly were you on the route with Kate Marsh? Did she tell you her plan? Or anything at all? Please, tell us everything.
So I know that Nathan dosed her is the most popular decision. I feel like that's what I've usually chosen. So I'm gonna pin this on either Jefferson or David. What do y'all think? I'm not 100% sure what to go for here. I mean, I do have the photograph, so I could pin this on David and be like, oh, I have evidence. Or I could pin it on Jefferson just because, like, fuck him. But what's the vibe? What do y'all think? It's a lot of deflection, really refusing to acknowledge his role in it all. Yeah, for sure, for sure. He only takes his responsibility seriously when they make him look bad. Yep. Yeah, Wells is pretty transparent, isn't he? I think David Jefferson is the least popular. Okay. Yeah, I think that Jefferson is the least popular as well. I think you do remember that correctly. I'm not 100% sure, but I feel like I remember that too. But I feel like because I have, yeah, I picked Jefferson the first time because I thought it was the only one anything would come of. Oh, that's fair enough. You have evidence, so Max is looking after number one, and David is most at risk of losing his job and is most working class. Yeah, I feel like I'm leaning towards David just because of like having the evidence and it feeling more like, obviously David sucks, but it feels, I guess, more like the dick move comparatively. Yeah, so biggest asshole move. And I could at least tell that Jefferson sucked at that point. Okay, I feel like I'm convinced to go with David for this playthrough. Just because I think I can really, really fuck him over right now. So, David bullied her. I'll rewind if I change my mind, but...
Mr. Madsen was bullying Kate.
Oh, grow up.
Excuse me, I was there. I saw you getting in her face.
You have no idea what you saw. Kate Marsh was involved with a bad crowd. I was trying to find out who.
Kate had a double life. I was super shocked when I found out.
No, you were part of the crowd. And like I said, I personally saw David physically harass Kate Marsh.
You lying little... Are you gonna take this junkie's word over your security officer? I know she smokes and deals marijuana.
That has nothing to do with Kate. Here's a photo I
Deals?
took of David and Kate yesterday.
That's not proof.
Hold on. This isn't a courtroom. But I feel it would be in the best interest of Blackwell and this situation to put you on temporary leave. We will continue this conversation later, when the police finish their own investigation.
Are you fucking kidding me? Ugh, this is major bullshit. I led troops into battle, and you're letting this punk lead you?
No. I am sorry, David.
Excuse
Wow.
me. I think Max and Nathan need a break before we grill them further. A friend and fellow student is dead. And they don't need this forum right now.
Yes, I'm kind of devastated right now. I'd like to be with my family.
All right, Miss Caulfield, please sign here to confirm what you've told us. I'll continue this investigation from there.
My head is killing
Always take the shot, to quote a certain asshole. I know there's a scene later that Jefferson gets really mad if you pick him. Yeah, that makes sense. I don't think I'm not sure if I've picked Jefferson before. Maybe I have. But I do wonder how like that scene like with David goes down if you don't have the photo, like if he still gets suspended if you don't have the photo, like if you don't have the evidence. But anyway, yeah, feel like we've just majorly fucked him over there, so I'm gonna sign it.
Well, I think we know less now than when we started. We'll be assisting the police with further inquiries. I know this has been a stressful day. I wish I had the power to change
He doesn't get suspended if there's no evidence.
So thank you.
Yeah, that makes sense. Wells looked like he was about to fall asleep right there.
I just can't believe it. It's like it wasn't even real. Watching her drop like a weight. I really thought I could save her. Like a superhero.
Come on,
Don't
Max.
touch her.
Do not for a second blame yourself. Kate was on that roof for her reasons, not yours.
My hand just reached out.
Stop it. You were the only one with balls enough to run to the roof. You were the only one who cared.
Yeah, I sure made a big fucking difference. Maybe if more people cared. Better people than me.
You're the best person around.
Warren, I screwed up today.
That makes no logical sense.
Warren, I don't mean to sound weird, but there's something ominous going on at Blackwell.
Today proves that.
And I'm working on proof that Kate Marsh is connected to Rachel Amber. Somehow. Along with Nathan and Mr. Madsen.
I'm not a big conspiracy guy, but I wouldn't doubt it. Nathan did scare me yesterday, and Madsen is a straight-up dickhead. So, what do you think is really happening?
What the hell is this? The weather confirms this weird day. I feel that chill.
Max, there was no eclipse scheduled today.
Thanks so much for watching this video. If you enjoyed it, please remember to give it a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. If you aren't already, remember to subscribe and hit that bell button to know when we upload next.
On screen, you can find this whole playlist for this Let's Play, and you can find a link to our latest video essay. If you like what you see, consider supporting us on Patreon. The link to our Patreon is in the description of every video.
Thanks again so much for watching, and until next time, take care.